Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our closed session tonight. It's 5:31 p.m. on Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. Mayor Ramos, welcome, by the way. Do you have an announcement to make?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor Clark. Pursuant to Government Code Section 549353.8.3, I am participating in this meeting remotely via audio and visual technology while traveling on official business of the legislative body. Zero other person over 18 of age is present at this remote location with me.
Great, thank you very much. All votes tonight will be taken by roll call vote. City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session announcement?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. There's one item on this evening's closed session agenda. Item 2.1 is a conference with legal counsel regarding one item of anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. And I'd also like to let the record reflect that Councilmember Hicks has recused herself from participation in closed session this evening due to a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the closed session item tonight? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a speaker card to the city clerk. We'll take in-person speakers first. And this is specifically for the closed session item. Do we have any speakers tonight? I don't see any in the queue. So we will recess to the Plaza Conference Room for closed session and return to the council chambers for the regular session, which is scheduled to begin at 6:30 p.m. Good evening, everyone. I'm calling this meeting to order, this regular meeting of the Mountain View City Council to order at 6:32 p.m. on March 10th, 2026. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk Glazer, will you confirm attendance by roll call, please?
Councilmember Hicks?
Here.
Councilmember Kamei? Here. Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Councilmember Showalter? Here. Vice Mayor Clark?
Here.
Mayor Ramos?
Here.
You have a quorum with Councilmember McAllister absent.
Thank you. In recent weeks, the city, along with a few of our neighboring elected decision-making bodies, has been subjected to disruptive, racist, and verbal attacks by anonymous callers during virtual public comments. The council welcomes respectful, non-threatening public comments on matters within our jurisdiction, but comments deemed otherwise pursuant to Council Code of Conduct and the Government Code may be grounds for terminating a speaker's comment period. Item number 2, closed session report. City Attorney Logue, is there a closed session report this evening?
Yes, there is. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. In closed session this evening, City Council considered a settlement proposal to resolve a dispute between the city and Castro GPRV 10 LLC regarding the calculation of privately owned, publicly accessible open space credit to be applied to the park and lieu fee for the proposed mixed-use development project at 881 Castro Street. The council voted to approve the settlement by the following votes. There were 4 ayes, there was 1 absence by Councilmember Kent McAllister, 1 recusal by Councilmember Hicks, and 1 no vote by Councilmember Kamei. The approved settlement will result in the imposition of a park fee in the amount of $2 million.
Thank you. For our presentations this evening, we have 2, items 3.1 and 3.2. The City Council won't take any action on the presentations, but there will be an opportunity for the public to comment immediately after the presentations occur. If there's anyone here in person who wishes to speak on either the presentation items specifically, please submit a blue speaker card to our city clerk during the presentations. And we'll start with our first presentation is item 3.1, Women's History Month. In recognition of, we're honored this evening to be joined by Katie Zalgon on behalf of the League of Women Voters to accept the proclamation. Katie, will you join me down at the lectern? Thank you so much for being here. So March is National Women's History Month, and it's an opportunity to honor the extraordinary contributions of women that have been made throughout history, and those that are and women who continue to make those contributions in our community today. This year's theme is leading the change: women shaping a sustainable future. The theme highlights the many ways women are leading efforts to build a more sustainable world, whether through environmental stewardship, economic opportunity, social justice, or education. Here in Mountain View, we see that leadership every day, with women in our community developing sustainable solutions, strengthening financial stability for families, building more inclusive neighborhoods, and educating the next generation of leaders. Women's History Month is also an opportunity to recognize the contributions of all women, including those whose achievements have historically been overlooked or marginalized. A full and equitable understanding of history depends on acknowledging those voices and stories. So on behalf of Mayor Emily Ann Ramos and my colleagues on the City Council, we're proud to proclaim March as Women's History Month here in the city of Mountain View, and we encourage everyone to take time this month to recognize the women who've shaped their lives and our community. And Katie, I want to especially thank you for your leadership and dedication to the League of Women Voters and our local community. And that's a summary of what's in the proclamation. I didn't read all the whereases, but hopefully I captured all the content. Katie, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, and also thank you, Mayor Ramos. Did I say Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor Clark, sorry. Anyway, I wanted to thank the city for its recognition of the League of Women Voters. The League of Women Voters was founded over 106 years ago to help women exercise their new responsibility with their new founded right to vote, which came with the 19th Amendment. We now welcome everyone. It's not just an exclusively women's group, but for those of you who don't know us, we are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that seeks to promote and inform and engage community and to strengthen our democracy. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll do a quick photo. And then the other presentation item tonight is to recognize Roger Jensen, our Chief Information Officer and Information Technology Director, who's going to retire on March 20th after 12 years of service to the city of Mountain View. Roger, do you want to come up? So Roger joined the city in January of 2014, which I'll say a little bit about in a minute. He joined as the city's first CIO and IT director, and he established the city's information technology department. In that role, he's overseen the city's IT functions and technology needs while helping modernize how the organization operates. During his tenure, the city expanded Wi-Fi services across downtown Mountain View and city facilities, which many of you have probably enjoyed over the last several years. He helped launch the new city website and intranet, and helped develop and implement the city's online permitting platform. Roger also established the city's Geographic Information Service Mapping Group, creating a centralized development and support for enterprise-wide GIS services, which if you're a government geek, you know is really, really important, that we know where everything is in all the assets within the city and what the city owns across the entire organization. He created the Enterprise Applications Group and launched projects to replace several major systems, including the city's utility billing program, work order management, and land management systems. Under his leadership, the IT team also strengthened the city's cybersecurity protections, including real-time monitoring of internal networks for system attacks, multi-factor authentication, employee cybersecurity training, and stronger antivirus protections. Roger also led the effort to integrate new hardware and software systems across departments to improve efficiency and productivity, and he championed innovation across the organization, drawing on his private sector experience to modernize systems and internal functions, including document processing, legal inquiries, and employee onboarding and offboarding. Particularly important was his efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic, when he helped to ensure that the city could continue providing essential services by implementing virtual and hybrid meeting support for both the city council and all of our other public bodies who were able to continue holding public meetings during that period. And he helped enable remote work for city employees on very short notice. More recently, he initiated the city's responsible use of artificial intelligence, helping Mountain View become one of the first jurisdictions to join the GovAI Coalition and leading development of the city's AI administrative policy. So Roger, on behalf of Mayor Ramos and my colleagues on the City Council, we recognize and commend you for your steadfast leadership, service, and dedication to the residents of Mountain View. And most importantly, we wish you a long and very happy retirement. Congratulations, and thank you for all you've done for the city of Mountain View. Do you want to say a few words?
Sure. Well, thank you. I've been here 12 years. I have a lot to be grateful for. First of all, for the city manager and executive team. IT has to do a lot of work, but we depend on our departments to support us, and they've been great. The things we've done, I couldn't have done without my IT team Benny Shea, my assistant director and group. Just to give you some idea what it was like when I came here, the city had 30 laptops, and everybody came to the office 5 days a week, and if you wanted to be in a public meeting, you came here, and if you were a council member on the road, we put a phone here with a microphone next to it. So we were not very high tech. As of this month, I think we have 600 laptops in the field. All our public meetings, you can participate remotely, and that's all thanks to the group that we manage in IT. And as Vice Mayor Clark mentioned, we have some exciting projects coming up for enterprise software, which we're excited to do and should improve productivity, especially on the development support front. And finally, I'd like to thank Council. A short story. I was, in 2013, the council voted to make the IT department and create my position. I had said to my wife a couple years earlier that, boy, if I could do my career over again, I'd like to work for a city. They're just really fascinating how they work. And so the Mountain View Voice used to be a newspaper, got delivered to your house. So she came up to my office and she said, you said you want to work for a city. Mountain View's hiring one. You live in Mountain View. You should apply. And that started. And so actually, you were on the council. You were vice mayor and approved it, as was Councilmember McAllister. So you both helped create this position. I didn't see the minutes, so I hope you voted for it. I'll say yes, you voted for it. I'll just tell myself that. Yeah, it was a big budget. So anyway, thank you all very much to everyone. And I wish you all the best of luck. Thanks.
Do any of my council colleagues have comments on the presentation items? Councilmember Showalter?
Yeah, I'd like to say a little something about both of them. First of all, about Women's History Month. It took about 80 years of fighting to get, or action, maybe it wasn't all fighting, to get the 19th Amendment ratified and get women the right to vote. And at that time, it was only white women. It was much, much later when women of color were given the opportunity to vote. So the fight that we see going on in our country now about voting rights, I mean, it's not new. We've had a very we've had a long history of people arguing about who should be able to vote and what criteria they are. But all that aside, I think I, for one, feel like it's one of our most precious rights. And it's something that we all hear is optional. You don't have to vote. I know in my family, we teach everybody, our kids and our relatives, that it's not optional. It's your, it's your duty as an American citizen to vote, at least on the things you know about. So in Women's History Month, I just like to bring that up, that this fight over the right to vote and who gets to vote has very, very long roots, and we're not done yet. But it's something that's worth fighting for. And then I just want to say thank you to Roger. I'm not going to be able to be at your party on Friday. Unfortunately, I always love a good party, but I'm going to be out of town. But you have been a delight to work with. I am not particularly strong on tech, as my children want to tell me pretty much anytime they get an opportunity. But you were always and are always so good about explaining things and making sure that things got fixed so they worked. And that's actually what we all care about, making it work. And so I really appreciate you, being the person that, for so many issues that I had with tech, made it work. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mayor Ramos, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Clark. I'll start with congratulations, Mr. Jensen, on on all your work that you have done in our city. Also, fellow Leadership Mountain View Best Class Ever. It was before I was actually on council, so it was really nice to be able to talk to you about the different systems of IT that the city has, including our open GIS portal, which was really nice. And so congratulations on that. And I know that like um, obviously the technology, this position, it's something that has a lot of people really mindful of, especially in a city, any Silicon Valley city probably has kind of like that pressure on them because there's an expectation that we would have the most advanced technology ever for our cities. But you have done a good job in keeping us up to date and making sure that we are focused in having technology that makes us do the best work we can. I'm really sad I can't be there in person because I really like today's proclamations. But for the next for the other proclamation, I'm using that for my mayor call to action, call to service, call to community, because League of Women Voters is what some people say is the gold standard of civic engagement. We're very proud to have such a strong chapter that covers us and Los Altos Hills, but very proud to have a strong chapter that covers that. So I encourage people to get involved that way. One of the major things that League of Women Voters do is voter education and voter registration, which is a huge service to our community. So get involved, and you really can't do better on civic engagement than League of Women Voters. So thank you.
City Manager McCarthy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I just wanted to make remarks about our retiring IT director, Roger Jensen. And I saw you tried to leave too fast because he's so diligent that he's going back to his office to help monitor the Zoom component of this meeting. But one thing that I have just really appreciated about Roger over these last many years is his ability to be a doer. There's a lot of agencies where there are directors that are just delegators, and we don't have that here in Mountain View. And Roger has been instrumental in making so many changes over this past decade for the better, for our community, for our council, and for the city organization. One thing that wasn't said in the proclamation is that we have about 11 system implementations going on right now, everything from a brand new utility billing system to a contract management system that we're looking at to a land management system that we're hoping to launch, GIS improvements to our agenda management system. It really runs the gamut and touches so many parts of our organization. And Roger's leadership and diligence and passion for this work is really tremendous and instrumental. And I just wanted to thank him. As he mentioned, he is a Mountain View resident, so I know he's going to be watching, and he has a lot of passions that I know that you're excited to do in retirement. But I wanted to thank you for a great 12 years. You're the first and only IT director so far, and I feel like you've gotten us to a really tremendous place and a leader in many ways. So thank you for all of your years of service, for being a great public servant coming from the private sector, and I know you have a lot of wonderful things ahead of you. So thank you so much, Roger.
City Attorney Logue.
Hi, Roger. I haven't had a chance to work with you for very long, but it has been wonderful. I know Mitesh would echo what I'm saying as well. He speaks highly of you, and we wish you all the best in retirement.
And then, seeing no one else in the queue, I'll just wrap up by saying I think I've worked with both of you for quite a while, probably too long. I think you've probably been here too long. When I think I was, the same month I became mayor in 2014, Roger joined us. And now I'm seeing him off to retirement, although I know I'll see him around. But Katie, thank you again for all the work that you have done. You, Sue Russell, everyone. I remember Councilmember Ramirez sitting in the back with
Julie Lovins.
yes, with Julie Lovins and some of the league folks, and you know, our community is stronger because of all the work that you and your organization do. And Roger, I highlighted it a little bit, but I do want to just thank you again for the work in particular that you did, turning everything on a dime at the start of the pandemic. I remember sitting here, never thought I would have to declare a public state of emergency, except maybe an earthquake, certainly not a pandemic, and to have to almost immediately go fully remote, and knowing that we had to keep the city operating, that democracy has to continue. I mean, you helped enable that. So thank you, not just for that, but for everything else that you've done for our community. I'm sure we'll see you around, and maybe every now and then you can pop in and tell us when we do something wrong or something you don't like. But and then I just wanted to check and see if there's any public comment on the presentation items. I don't see anyone in the queue. Okay. Well, thank you again. We'll close the presentation items and move on to item 4, the consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration. And if an item is pulled from the consent calendar, it'll be considered separately following the approval of the balance of the consent calendar. If you are here in person and would like to speak on the consent calendar or the next item, which is oral communications on non-agenda items, please just make sure you've submitted a blue card to the city clerk. Would any member of the council like to comment on or pull a specific consent calendar item? Councilmember Hicks.
Yes, I would like to pull 4.2 regarding facade grant programming.
For a separate vote, yeah.
Yes.
Separate discussion vote, okay. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a brief comment about 4.1. I want to thank staff for the commitment to return to council later with the minor amendments to align the zoning ordinance with state law. I appreciate the consideration. Even if the EPC did not consider it, I appreciate your consideration of making those modifications. Thank you.
And I don't see anyone else in the queue. So 4.2 was pulled. We'll take that separately. Is there a motion to approve the balance? And just a note that 4.1 requires reading the title of the ordinance. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I would like to move the remainder of the consent calendar. So that would be items 4.1 and 4.2, I think. Item 4, 1 and 3, okay. Adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending Chapter 36, zoning of the Mountain View City Code to implement the economic vitality strategy by streamlining permit processes for certain active, small footprint land uses, remove change of use permit requirements, and reduce minimum parking standards for retail and personal service uses. To make other modifications, clarifications, and technical corrections throughout the chapter to align land uses in the residential, commercial, and industrial areas with parking standards and definitions to improve consistency and clarity, and to modernize definitions and land uses to align with current business trends, and finding that the amendments are exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act as recommended by the Environmental Planning Commission to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Okay, so that motion is to approve the balance of the consent calendar, which I believe is everything except 4.2. The motion is by Councilmember Showalter. The second was by Councilmember Ramirez. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? I don't see any, so we're ready for a roll call vote on the balance when you're ready, City Clerk.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Ramos?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. We'll turn to item 4.2. Councilmember Hicks, did you want to start us off?
Yes. So 4.2 is improvements to a facade grant program that we've had for several years. And I'll start off by saying I like all the improvements that staff has suggested to the facade grant program. I didn't pull it to complain about them. And in fact, this program's really important to me because cities I've worked in, principally Oakland, had a fabulous facade grant program that over time reduced vacancies, increased foot traffic, and increased business in the city, and was won honors for doing so. So, and it didn't do that alone. There were other supplementary programs, but facade grant programs are one thing I really have faith in our economic vitality plan. I believe it needs continual improvement, as many of our programs do. And so I talked both to our community development director, our economic vitality director, and to Mr. Katz from the Chamber of Commerce about my, several hundred ideas for how to improve it, and narrowed it down to two that, oh, I see they're smiling, to just two of those ideas. So, so those were, and feel free to reword this if you need to narrow it more. So those were, first, to focus our priority on placemaking and historic improvements. And second, to focus on the downtown for the facade improvements. Now, I don't mean solely those areas, but to focus on those areas, because I think in walkable areas, and at this point, our pedestrian mall is our primary walkable area, that's where facades really make a difference, as opposed to streets that you drive by. They make less of a difference. So to have an impact, I think those would be the appropriate focuses or foci, if that's the right way to say it. So I don't know if you want, so those would be the changes I would make. I don't know if staff has any comments on how to word those changes.
Good evening, honorable council members. Christian Murdoch, Community Development Director. What I would ask when we're talking about focusing the effort of the program is perhaps to focus on the staff outreach to businesses where a facade grant would achieve one of those policy objectives that are prioritized. We have a broad range of needs in businesses across the city, and we wouldn't want to limit funding opportunities to those that come to the city in some fashion to pursue a facade grant program if they don't meet one of those criteria. But in our efforts to contact business owners, make them aware of the resources, having that priority focus would be helpful for us.
I'm so glad you worded it that way, because that's exactly what I wanted to do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Showalter.
I really appreciate you bringing this up, and I applaud the idea of working with outreach. But I would also I also think about the signage ordinance that we have on the books, and it doesn't seem like too many people understand it. And the idea behind the signage ordinance is that most of the window is opened, so you can see in and sort of enjoy the, what's going on inside. And some of our businesses cover them up with all sorts of notices and things. And some are nice, but I do think that the idea that you can look inside and see what's going on makes a restaurant or a store much more inviting to go into. So I hope that when you do the outreach, you'll do a little bit of marketing on our signage ordinance as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. A short remark on Councilmember Showalter's comment first. This is God's work, and I'm not suggesting that we do it, but it would be good to update that part of the code. But I know that's very tricky, but a good endeavor for a future council. I'm thinking about Councilmember Hicks's suggestion, and I'm not sure I actually agree. And maybe you can persuade me to support it. But recently I went to a restaurant in a part of the city far outside of downtown, a restaurant I like, and I was meeting a couple of friends from out of town. And it took them a while to find it because they don't have a sign. They have, like, if you go up to, I knew where it was, right? So I walked up to it, and you could see they have a very tiny, like this sort of size sign. But my friends were sort of giving me a hard time. Like, we thought this place was closed because they didn't have, or like there was a vacant storefront, since they didn't have something that you could see, like when you're navigating the shopping center. So I think I appreciate the intent, but I want to make sure we don't leave businesses outside of the downtown or we don't give them the same opportunity, since it could be, for some of them, the difference between viability and non-viability. If people don't know, if you drive past it, it looks like it's a vacant space. So I'd love to find a way to make sure we're not, disadvantaging other businesses. It's because I want to respect the suggestion and maybe find a way to yes, but I'm a little concerned that if we narrow the outreach too much, then I'm not sure that business owner, for instance, would think, I should go to the city and see if there's a grant program for the facade. That's not intuitive, I think, for most. So I'm thinking about, is there a way where we can achieve the spirit of the request, but not leave some businesses that would benefit immensely from participation in the program, not denying them that opportunity.
Do you want to respond?
Yeah, so funny you should say that, because in discussion both with Mr. Katz and now with the community development director, they said similar things. I think that the highest impact, if we had multiple facade grants, would be on the pedestrian mall. Frankly, I think many things about our downtown and pedestrian mall are really great and thriving, but I think the facades could use some upgrades, and it could make a big difference. I do think, though, that you're exactly right, that there are other places that could benefit too, and I really liked what Mr. Murdoch said about not confining so I could have said the facade grant should only go to the first 3 blocks of Castro Street. But I think that the program should be available citywide, but just most of the door knocking and promotion could be on the downtown. And that's not to say, I also believe that there should be continual improvement. If the downtown is upgraded a tremendous amount over the next, give me any time frame you want, year, 2 years, we could continue and promote other pockets citywide. But for now, I think we really should have our outreach focus in that area. I can see that's not quite doing it for you yet.
Okay, well, while you all noodle on that, is there any public comment on 4.2? I don't see anyone in the queue. So we'll bring this back. A motion is in order to do something with 4.2. Councilmember Hicks. Sorry, Councilmember Kamei, you're in the queue.
It's okay, thanks. So I just want to say thank you to staff. It's really exciting to see that we've supported 14 total facade improvements across our city. About, it said 7, so about half of those are, a little over half, isn't my math right, is in downtown. But exciting to hear about the other locations that we're looking at. And so I think what Councilmember Hicks brought forward that perked my ears up was the idea of the placemaking and the kind of historic improvements. And so maybe that could be, to bring forward maybe a compromise if it's not just focused on the downtown, but I'd love to think of the placemaking and the historic improvements, because I think there's so many different areas of our city that are wonderful, and I'd love for it to feel, especially where I live in the East Wisman area, I'd love for that area to have a little bit more placemaking. It wasn't listed as one of the project locations currently. So I think maybe we can, it would make me feel more comfortable if we included those with like less of a focus on downtown. The downtown also, in addition to the chamber support, has the Downtown Business Association, so they get to be highlighted. But I understand that the concern of being equitable throughout the city. So I don't know if you would be open to that, because I know there was kind of two parts to your.
Yeah, I would be open to changing it, to dropping the downtown and just saying placemaking and historic improvements. Okay.
Is that motion clear? The motion is by Councilmember Hicks, seconded by Councilmember Showalter, and I just want to make sure that Community Development Director, you, okay. So we'll, that motion is by Councilmember Hicks, as she summarized for 4.2, seconded by Councilmember Showalter. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Ramos?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So that concludes our consent calendar. We'll move on to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter that is not on tonight's agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes on any topic not on tonight's agenda, as long as it's within the city council's subject matter jurisdiction. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agendized items. If you would like to speak on this item or the next item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on this item? If so, if you're in the Zoom room, you can click the raise hand button or press *9 on your phone. And if you're in person, as I mentioned before, submit a blue speaker card. We'll take in-person speakers first, and then we'll move on to virtual speakers. And we'll have 3 minutes for each speaker. Our first in-person speaker is Bob Rich. When you're ready, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Bob Rich. I reside in Los Altos with my wife and 2 children and my 16-month-old black Labrador puppy, who's already 100 pounds. With me today is Sean Clifford, who is a U.S. Marine who fought in Afghanistan for our country. I'm here today to bring to your attention a serious fire hazard and a serious hazard to our dogs when they walk at the annex at Cuesta Park. And the reason there's a fire hazard and a hazard to our dogs is because what I'm holding in my hand, which is a foxtail. These are extremely dangerous to dogs. They're an invasive species, and they've overgrown the annex, where we let our dogs roam freely until 10 o'clock in the morning. Here's a picture I took this morning of, this is George. He's actually bigger than he looks, because this is Sean's dog, Clyde. You could see the overgrowth of the foxtails, tons and tons of them throughout the park. The plan this year, as it's been for prior years, is to cut this down in the next week or 2, maybe even the first week of April. The problem with that is they don't pick up the debris. They leave it on the ground. There's a contractor that you hire to do that. And unlike our lawns where we do grass cycling, there's so much wooded debris here, tons and tons of this, that when you leave it on the ground, it creates a fire hazard. It dries out. Now, in the hallway before we started, I got here early, I talked to Officer Jones, the fire marshal. He told me that in this state now, it's a fire hazard because the fire, when it's tall like this, it can grow quickly, spread. But even when you cut it, if you leave it on the ground, it still creates a serious fire hazard. It's laying a thick mat of this dry debris that's down there. And to leave it there is a huge fire hazard. And I think I wanted to bring that to your attention. But for the dogs, it's a very serious health hazard because now, the way it is now, dogs rarely try to run in there. It's kind of a barrier, right? It's up 5, 6, 7 feet high. Once you cut it and you leave it on the ground, the dogs are going to run through there. And these foxtails get in their noses, get in their ears, get in their eyes. They're barbed seeds. And if you run your hand down, you can feel it. They're spiked. They're barbed. And they're like biological drills. They get into the fur, but don't stop there. They dig deeper and deeper. And as the dog moves and jostles around, they dig into the organs of the dog. They'll get in your eyes. They'll get into the mouth, the throat.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We can't take any specific action tonight, but we can note your comments and follow up. No, I'm sorry. We're doing same time for everyone tonight. Thank you very much. Right. Do we have anyone? I don't see any more in-person comments. Are there any virtual? Okay. So we'll go ahead and close oral communications from the public and move on to our public hearings. We have two items, or excuse me, we had 3 items tonight. The first of which, 6.1, a mixed-use development at 843 and 903 Castro Street and 700 West El Camino Real and 750 Fairmont Avenue. That item will not be heard tonight. It will be renoticed for discussion at a later date. So we'll proceed to item 6.2, which is a mixed-use residential development at 490 East Middlefield Road. We'll start with council member disclosures, which to save us time, especially since we have one person remote, I'll start by asking colleagues if you've raised your physical or virtual hand, and I'll note you if you've met with the applicant, which I have. Looks like council members Ramirez, council member Kamei, and myself. And then for those who've been to the site in the recent past, I think probably most of us have. It looks like several of us except Councilmember Ramirez and I didn't see Mayor Ramos's hand for either. So, and then if anyone wants to make any other additional disclosures, you're welcome to jump in the queue. But thought I'd save us that. So tonight we'll start with, so the order will be a staff presentation, and then we'll have an applicant presentation, council will ask questions, and then we'll take public comment and deliberate at the end of that. So we'll start with our staff presentation. Principal Planner Diana Pencioli and Senior Planner Jeff Tsumura will present this item. If you wish to speak on this item in person, you can fill out a blue speaker card during the presentation, and we'll make sure to get you into the queue. And we'll proceed with the staff presentation when you're ready.
Good evening, council members. My name is Diana Pencioli, Principal Planner with the city's Planning Division, and I am joined here tonight by Project Planner Jeffrey Tsumura. The item in front of you tonight is a mixed-use residential project at 490 East Middlefield Road. The approximately 2.86-acre project site is located northwest corner of East Middlefield Road and Ellis Street. The general plan land use designation for the site is East Wisman Mixed Use, and it's in the East Wisman Precise Plan Zoning District. The site is currently developed with a 2-story commercial office development and surrounded by similar 1 to 4-story office developments. The applicant is requesting various permits for the project development, including a planned community permit and development review permit to construct an 8-story, 460 apartment unit with ground floor commercial mixed-use building and an at-grade parking garage, a heritage tree removal permit for removal of 29 heritage trees, and a development agreement request to utilize both East Wisman Precise Plan Bonus FAR program and state density bonus law to develop the additional floor area and allow for flexibility in the timing of the project. The proposed site plan includes a mixed-use building with ground floor commercial uses along East Middlefield Road frontage and Ellis Street frontages. Surface parking and vehicular access is located along the East Middlefield Road at the southwest corner and Ellis Street at the northeast corner. The primary residential lobby is located along East Middlefield Road frontage. The project features a contemporary design organized around second-floor courtyards and upper-level roof decks that help break the building mass. The building frames East Middlefield Road and Ellis Street, emphasizing the key corner with active ground floor uses, public artwork, and vertical articulation to support a pedestrian-oriented streetscape. Massing is stepped and articulated, and a light plaster palette with dark metal accents further softens the building's height and bulk. The project is requesting a state density bonus for a 27.5% bonus above the base units by providing approximately 15% affordable units. The project proposal includes 99 bonus units for a total of 460 units proposed on site. As per the state law, the project is eligible for up to 1 concession and unlimited waivers of the development standards. The applicant is requesting 1 concession to provide the BMR units as the smaller unit type rather than the market rate units required by the city code. Compliance with the city code requirements would result in identifiable and actual cost reductions to provide for affordable housing costs. The applicant is also requesting 6 waivers or reduction in development standards that would otherwise physically preclude construction of the project at the permitted density. Details of the waivers are included in the staff report and also listed on the slide. Staff has determined that the project could not be constructed without these concessions and development waivers, as full compliance would generally require a reduction in the density bonus area. The project includes fully affordable units at or up to 80% of the area median income and split between 2 income levels. This exceeds the city's 15% BMR requirement and provides for a wider variety of lower income units. Pursuant to the city's code, the affordable unit shall remain affordable in perpetuity. Aside from the unit size proportionality requested under the concession, the project complies with other requirements applicable under the BMR ordinance. In terms of the tree removal request, the project site contains a total of 112 existing trees, including 29 heritage trees. The existing tree inventory is largely composed of mature parking lot and perimeter trees, many of which are in poor to fair condition due to constrained planting areas, proximity to the buildings, and long-term conflicts with the overhead utility lines. The project will require the removal of 29 heritage trees and proposes a total of 159 replacement trees at a nearly 5.5:1 replacement ratio, which exceeds city standard practice of 2:1 replacement ratio for heritage trees. Additionally, the project will also provide approximately 34,000 square foot of common and private open space distributed among the second floor podium courtyard, roof decks on the 4th and the 7th floor, and landscape areas throughout the site. Streetscape improvements include new detached sidewalks, landscape strips, and street trees along the East Middlefield Road and Ellis Street frontages, with additional planting within the parking area. The project is within 1/2 mile of the major transit stop and is not required to provide any parking per the city code. However, the project is voluntarily proposing a ground floor parking garage with 442 parking spaces for residential uses, utilizing a stacker system. Additionally, additional residential parking spaces and commercial parking spaces, including 3 loading spaces, are provided in the surface parking around the proposed building. The project also includes a TDM plan that meets the precise plan requirements for residential TDM, except for the minimum bicycle parking requirements for which the applicant has requested a waiver. As part of the requested development agreement, the project will receive an initial 4-year term with 2 extension options in exchange for monetary public benefits, as described in the report, including $1.2 million contribution in tenant improvements for ground floor retail spaces, $1.2 million contribution towards parkland acquisition for a new park within the project vicinity, commitments to the Cal Green compliance, LEED Silver equivalent design, and an all-electric building design, options for a master lease guarantee to designate up to 60 units as BMR units for the minimum of 7 years, sales tax point of sale designation for good faith efforts to require all persons and entities providing materials for the project over a specified value to have the local portion of the sales and the use tax distributed directly to the city. In addition to these public benefits, the project will also provide community benefits associated with the precise plan bonus FAR requirements. City staff has completed the review of the development agreement and finds the agreement is advantageous and benefits the city as it advances the legitimate planning and public objectives. In terms of the environmental review, the project is determined to be statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to the Public Resources Code Section 21080.66. Specifically, a condition of approval has been added into the project resolution for additional site testing and preliminary endangerment assessment to mitigate any potential hazards to acceptable levels for future occupants. In terms of the meetings so far, the project was reviewed at the design review consultation meeting in September last year, and the applicant has made revisions to the project plans incorporating the DRC suggestions. Typically, for a project of this size and scale, staff does recommend to the applicant to conduct a neighborhood meeting to solicit community input on the project during the review. The applicant chose not to conduct a neighborhood meeting for this project. The Environmental Planning Commission reviewed the project at the public hearing on January 21st this year and voted 6-1, recommending approval to the City Council. Based on the EPC recommendation, the applicant has been willing to explore a duckout along the Middlefield Road frontage for delivery vehicles. Following the EPC meeting, the applicant also requested additional modifications to the proposed conditions of approval. Staff is supportive of these modifications and is recommending amendments to the project conditions as shown in Attachment 1 to the Council report. On February 11, the zoning administrator held a public hearing and recommended Council approve the development agreement. In conclusion, the staff recommends adopting a resolution approving the project and introducing an ordinance approving a development agreement for the proposed project and setting a second reading for March 24th this year. It should be noted that following the agenda publication, staff received 3 public comments. 1 expressed concerns about the increased traffic given recent developments in the area. 1 supporting the potential duckout along the Middlefield Road frontage for deliveries, and 1 noting the city's obligation to review and act on housing projects pursuant to the state law. Please note that staff, in addition to Community Development Director Murdoch and Assistant Director Blazinski, we are present here if you have any questions. The applicant is also present here tonight and has a brief presentation for Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the applicant presentation. My notes say we have Brian Griggs and Andrew Jacobson, maybe with Development Partners, but when you're ready to start your presentation, just please introduce yourselves in the mic for the record. And I believe we have, I believe we set up 7 minutes for the applicant presentation. Is that right? So the timer should appear below. So whenever you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Brian Griggs. Mayor Ramos, Vice Mayor Clark, and council members, thank you for the opportunity to present our project to you this evening. I'm joined by Andrew Jacobson, who's going to present the project, and several other members of our development team who are in the back. Before I start, my main focus is going to be on the process, which working with Jeffrey and Diana, Susanna, Renee, Quinn from Public Works, the City Attorney's Office, and working through the DA in a very efficient and timely manner. And having the collaboration is certainly, in my mind, a model of how development can be done in this city. I think we've been able to address issues that were challenging for us in collaborative ways, and we're proud to be able to bring this project forward to you tonight. We are going to provide 60 affordable rental units at 65% average AMI. We have underwritten this project to be able to build it, finance it, which is challenging in this market. And we look forward to being able to actually break ground in the not too distant future. We'll jump into working drawings and a lot of the other due diligence that must occur. Andrew, you want to take over with some of the slides?
Yeah. Thanks for your time, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Council members, really excited to bring this project forward. It's a very interesting corner, very important corner for East Westman. You can look in the rendering, not a ton of housing nearby. You know, I think the goal is to have a very mixed-use community with housing and office. Today, as it stands, quite a bit of commercial. So how we really approached the project was through 2 things, housing and vibrancy. And that's really how we set out and made all of our decisions. So next slide. So first and foremost, density, housing,
As we all know, there's a huge crisis in California. We really aim to deliver on that. What we set out to do is to deliver a different product than what this area is used to seeing, which we see as something you would more see in an urban setting, which is smaller units, highly amenitized, great retail, and try to get people out of their units. You know, I think a problem in Silicon Valley in general is people are very insulated, tend to stay in their homes a lot. We're trying to, one, build a community within this project that can hopefully become an anchor for more future development for residential. Retail's tough in this area, and so our hope and belief is if we can be very successful in bringing great retail to this project through the residential as well, it'll encourage more residential development in the neighborhood. So as you can see, we spent a lot of time at the ground floor, put as much retail as possible on the ground floor. Our aim is to bring some of the great retailers into this area, not to really touch on 9 to 5 commercial tenants, but really 24-hour living that is more accustomed to residential living. Next slide. You can see as well on the second floor, we did incorporate our amenities on the second floor and really tried to spread that and open that up to East Middlefield. And so the idea is as you're driving by, you actually see a lot of people. You see people in the retail that are hopefully eating, having coffee, enjoying their time, but also enjoying the amenities, because you don't want a lot of these insulated residential projects where people may be in the amenities, but it's really not visible. And so our hope is to actually enhance the community, enhance the feeling of vibrancy. So when you drive by this project, it feels active. Next slide. And here's a shot of the corner. And you know, East Middlefield is the most obvious area for the retail. Ellis is a little bit more tricky. So what we aim to do is to really set that corner, and we're doing that, one, through public art, but two, letting the retail spread out into that corner so that it's hopefully indoor-outdoor experience, so you can really round that corner and have Ellis thrive as well, not just Middlefield. Here's a shot of the residential units and the amenities. You can see this is a shot of the second floor, pool, outdoor space, gym, co-working, all in one area. Again, our goal is to encourage people out of their units. The units are a bit smaller, which does create a little bit naturally more affordable unit type. And by creating these great amenity spaces, our hope is people are actually spending time together, not sheltered in their unit as much. And you can see some more outdoor space as you go up. Again, some more private spaces. So, you know, some may feel they want to be around a lot of people, but if you want a little bit more intimate moments, there are areas you can go into, and it is very generous in the amount of amenity space. And you can see same idea on the 7th floor, which is the top of as much outdoor space as we could put in here. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll start with council member questions, either for staff or the applicant. And look at my queue here. Councilmember Ramirez, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have just one quick question. I'm curious, the design review consultation is a voluntary practice. I'm curious to understand why you would voluntarily participate in a DRC hearing, but not have a voluntary neighborhood meeting.
Yeah, no, it's fair. We did go to DRC. We got a lot of comments. We did make a lot of changes. There wasn't a ton of engagement. You know, there's not a lot of residential nearby. So we did make a lot of changes along the way, but our goal was really to push this as fast as possible because we'd like to get a shovel on the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
So I have two hopefully quick questions. The first is for those of you who don't come to council meetings a great deal. Council members can submit questions in written form before the council meeting and we get to read everybody else's questions, and you can too if you're really good at getting online. So one of the questions that one of my colleagues asked is whether some of the studios are likely to become offices. And I'm wondering and staff has a good answer to that. That was a curious question to me, and I wanted to know, I guess the council member who asked could also answer this question, whether that's a regular thing. I've heard one resident ask about this regarding a project we did a long time ago, but I'm wondering whether that's a regular thing, like where that question comes from, because it was curious to me.
Thank you for the question. I can say no, we don't see that often, not even rarely.
Yeah, it was my question, and frankly, it came up when I went on a tour of a new building once, and one of the builder was saying, yeah, he thought maybe these might actually be used for offices, and I thought, oh, that's interesting, and apparently it's not legal without a permit. So, but when I think of what you need in like a small engineer's office or a therapist's office or something like that, a studio, you have a nice living room kind of area, you have bathroom, you have sort of, that could work. But apparently you would have to get a permit for that, and we don't typically do that. Another thing I in my asking questions about this to some other people, I found out that this would be a very, very expensive office unless you live there, because the cost per square foot is, at least right now, much higher in apartments than it is in office. So that's where the question came from, and those are the answers I have.
Councilmember Hicks, did you have any other questions?
I had one other question.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, but thank you. Now I have more information on that subject. So my other question is that the staff report said that in response to the EPC recommendation for a loading, that the EPC asked for a modification for a loading area along the project frontage, and the staff report said the applicant is willing to work with staff, et cetera, to accommodate a duck out in front on Middlefield Road in front of the project. And I asked a question again in the written questions about that and got a very thorough answer, but I have more. So to me, this is concerning because there's not a lot of, there's a reduced, some of the waivers are for reduced common space, and to me it seemed to be made up by what you called an indoor-outdoor experience, encouraging people to get out of their units in various ways, but partly in the retail with a wide sidewalk and with a buffer, a landscape buffer from the street. And this is, in my mind, drastically reducing that and turning it just to a bunch of concrete in front of the retail with all these other amenities. I would stay inside. But so my question is, is there a, you were going to do it without this on-street loading, so it seems like you feel fine with that. How would you alternatively do the loading? How are you planning before to do it?
The challenge is the bike lane, how to safely navigate a bike lane. You don't want cars crossing a bike lane to get into a loading area. So how we've been working with staff is putting that area just in front of the lobby so it doesn't actually take away from any of the retail. So the retail will have those wide sidewalks, will have all that planting you're speaking about, and have that area just in front of the lobby.
So prior to that suggestion from the EPC, how were you going to do the loading? Was it in the parking lot?
Yeah, around the back, which creates challenges. I think the main concern is whether or not you have that loading area, people will just stop if they're taking a Waymo or an Uber. They're just going to stop in the middle of the street anyway. That's the big concern, which we think there should be a solution for that, because you see it all the time when you go anywhere, that Ubers and Waymos are just stopping in the middle of the street. So that's what we've worked with staff to address.
Okay, and I know that you're still working on this, so I can't get a drawing of it, but do you know like what percentage of the buffer? I'm trying to picture it because I'm hesitant to go for it, frankly.
Yeah, maybe 20% of the frontage.
20% of the frontage.
Yeah, so and none of it would be on the retail. It'd just be in front of the lobby.
Okay. Okay, oh, do we have more answers or?
Good evening, all. Jennifer Ng, the Public Works Director here at the city. Just for a little bit of context, the condition of approval that is put on this project is that city staff will work with the applicant to create or to explore a loading zone in front for a 2-car space. It will require that the sidewalk wrap around the backside of the duckout, and no trees would be there. At this point, we're still working to locate the duckout, whether it's directly in front of the lobby area or maybe pushed a little bit down towards the driveway to the west, but somehow centrally located in front of the project.
A 2-car duckout, would it be possible to do a 1-car one instead?
I think we really need the flexibility for 2 cars to be there, whether it's a larger Amazon type vehicle that is dropping off, bigger packages, whether it's a bigger truck of some sort, or whether it's just 2 smaller ones. The intent is really for it to be kind of like a 5-minute, somebody is door dashing some dinner or something like that, or a Waymo is coming up, and you're really just jumping in and out of the car, and it's not like a 10-minute zone or a 15 or a 20-minute zone. It's really just a quick, drop and go kind of transaction.
And why not on Ellis Street instead?
Middlefield is the front entry of the project, right? It's sort of the most prominent place. If somebody is putting into their GPS, hey, I need to drop off a pizza to, such and such unit, it's probably going to come up on the Middlefield side, and it makes sense.
So, apologies. So I have a question that piggybacks off of this. So I think we have another project that the council, prior to my being on council, but on EPC, 100 Moffett, where we had similar concerns. So it is on Central and Moffett, and there's a bus stop there. It's all red curbed. And my recollection is that council worried about people double parking. But every time I've been in that area, walking, running, or in a vehicle, I do not see that double parking. And I am curious if staff knows if it is the way that the address is, there's rerouting. I think there's some signage along that says there can't be parking. And I just wonder, because I feel like as our developments get taller and more dense, we're going to be having to have this conversation a lot. And the rendering that I saw was the street, the bike lane, it gets dotted, the cars go behind, the bike would go in front. And I just worry about the conflict. And so that was my question, because I feel like we have other developments that are quite dense where we have not gone forward with the duckout, where we aren't seeing the double parking issue. I don't know if colleagues remember this project. Also, I don't know if staff has looked at that, because it feels like the recommendation was an EPC recommendation, and I think to Councilmember Hicks' question, it didn't exist prior to their feedback, correct?
On the drawings, correct. Correct.
To be clear, our initial submittal did have a dugout there. And when we were informed there was a protected bike lane as part of a CIP project, staff encouraged us to take that away. But then in hearing the EPC and revisiting it and looking, and actually if you're talking about the drawing that I shared with you the other day, the bike lane does duck in towards the building, so it's always protected. There'll be bollards, and so you'll never have that conflict, which I think was the biggest issue we were trying to face, which was bikes and cars usually don't get along very well when they're crossing over each other.
So I'll add, there's a current CIP project right now to look at putting Class 4 bike lanes along Middlefield Road. And of course, Class 4 bike lanes are the ones that are separated from the vehicles with some sort of vertical delineation. Typically, it would be some sort of channelizer. We do like to minimize the conflicts between bikes and vehicles. Obviously, bike versus car usually wins. But in this case, when I said we're trying to locate the dugout to an appropriate location, you know, if we can get it to a place where, as we design the project and as we look at it as a whole, where the conflicts are minimized, that's certainly what we want to do, right? And so to the extent that once a Class 4 bike lane goes in, there really is nowhere for a vehicle to stop on the street and do a quick drop off. If they miss the driveway on Middlefield, the one driveway on Middlefield, they're going all the way around the block and having to find the other driveway on Ellis. And so I think having a dugout here is really in response to just sort of the modern ways that the world is evolving and how, you know, our residents are getting their goods and services.
Did you have any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Showalter?
Yes, I submitted a question about vapor barriers. You know, you're in the area of the MEW groundwater plume, and so I wanted to ask you about your plans for a vapor barrier.
Yeah, so there's some work that's already been done on the site. So there is a barrier that already exists. So, you know, it's mostly known conditions where the troubled area is. We will work with the EPA before we start to get their blessing on our plan.
There's, I think, 4 or 5 specific conditions of approval, one of them being number 7, which does require us, you know, prior to the commencement of construction to have a approved work plan by the EPA. That same condition requires the EPA sign off prior to occupancy to make sure that they've done the testing, we've implemented the approved plan. And there's several other, 4 or 5 other conditions that talk about the vapor barriers, and that sort of, we do have the garage and the ground floor that serves a little bit of a difference of a buffer. But I think what Andrew's speaking to is most of the plume is actually at the south end of the property. In fact, there's some piping and such that we can't build in, so you'll see on the design there's actually nothing along that common property line to the new AI corporate headquarters in the back.
Well, I just want to bring that up because it's a safety issue for the people who are going to live there, and it's really crucial that it's done properly. And one of the things that I've observed over time is that requirements just get more stringent. And so, you know, if there is a place where you're close to the threshold but you're not there, I would just urge you to, you know, go the extra mile, because we had an instance in a project that occurred about 20 years ago where we did the health risk assessments, and the standard changed after we got the project built. And that meant that we had to go back and do a great deal of monitoring and retrofitting, and it was just, not only was it difficult, it just produced an incredible amount of anxiety. And since we know that, you know, that this situation exists and we know how to deal with it, I just want to always bring up how very significant this is for our community. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Kamei?
I don't have a question for the applicant. Thanks. I have a question for staff.
Okay.
So my question for staff is, I ran through the property today in the neighborhood, and the block from Ellis to Wisman that I noticed when I was running, I didn't note any speed limit signs, and so I feel this tends to lead to speeding. And so I was just wondering, as we are doing the streetscape improvements, can we add some signs of what the speed limit is?
Thanks for your question.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know till
and I didn't run there.
I did my run this afternoon after I spoke to the city manager. I apologize. I didn't know. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I was just making a joke that I'm not a runner, and I didn't run over there today. But yeah, that's something I can certainly look into. You know, we do space speed limit signs out so that they're not, you know, always. They're not too dense, right, in location, but I can have my staff take a look and see if there's something that's needed with this particular project as we go through the construction drawings.
Because I wonder if we're moving in the direction of doing the, you know, carve out, if having it before could help with like the visibility in terms of people. I just think it could be an opportunity. So, okay, thanks.
Okay, yep.
That's my question.
I don't see anyone else in the queue with questions, so we'll move on to public comment, and we'll do 3 minutes per speaker. We'll start with in-person comments first. So if you haven't already and you wish to speak in person, please fill out a blue card and submit it to the city clerk. And if you're in the Zoom room and you want to speak virtually, just click the raise hand button or press *9 on your phone. Our first in-person speaker will be Albert Jeans when you're ready.
Thank you. I don't have a presentation today. Yeah, as noted in the staff report, I was the one that submitted a comment before the EPC questioning why there wasn't a parkland dedication for this project, you know, which is probably going to have over 500 people in it. And at that meeting, I thought they said something, they waved their hands and said, oh, it's a mixed-use development, doesn't qualify. But in this report, they say it's a project is a rental development with no ownership units, and therefore the project is not subject to parkland dedication requirements under applicable provisions of the city law code. That's the first time I've ever heard of rental units not qualifying. I mean, the Sevens on West Middlefield had a huge parkland dedication, like $20 million or something. It's all rentals. And there's nothing in the ordinance that I read, chapter 41, that says rental units are excluded from this. So I'm just wondering, you know, what's going on here? I mean, between this project and the next one, you know, this project should have had like about, half an acre or so, what's it, 500 people? No, a third of an acre. 1.5 acres, sorry, 1.5 acres of parkland dedication, which at current rates is $15 million. And the developer is offering $1.2 million, so the city's experiencing quite a shortfall there. And then I'll talk more about the next project when that comes up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeans. Eli?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community members. My name is Eli Robles. I'm here on behalf of Carpenters Union Local 405. As you consider the 490 Middlefield Road project, I want to stress how important it is to select a responsible general contractor, one that upholds strong area labor standards and reflects the values of this community. A responsible contractor ensures fair wages, safe working conditions, and family-sustaining health care. And they rely on state-accredited apprenticeship programs that can create real career pathways for local workers. These standards don't just protect workers, they protect the project itself by reducing delays, improving quality, and ensuring that public and private investment in Mountain View delivers long-term benefits. Choosing a responsible contractor who meets these expectations strengthens the local workforce, supports economic mobility, and ensures this development to be built safely, ethically, and with community benefit at the forefront. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Andrew Wills?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Showalter's comment. I'm a resident of the Slater neighborhood, and I do think it's exciting to see some development occurring in East Westman. That said, I do bike down Middlefield pretty much every day, and I do it often with my children. So I just wanted to understand, as this project is a relatively high building, it will dig into the plume. And so I want to understand, perhaps from developers and also from staff, what the plans are to avoid TC exposure during construction, which I haven't heard being addressed. And also, I would like to know from staff if they've been in communication with the EPA. I know we have a challenging EPA situation with the current administration, and if they're confident that EPA will provide sensors and monitoring during the construction process. Otherwise, it looks like a really lovely development. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Donahue?
Hi there, Paul Donahue, Mountain View resident. I wasn't going to speak, but I wanted to discuss the EPC recommendation for the cutout, although I'm speaking only on behalf of myself. Basically, I've talked to a lot of people around town who are concerned about Waymos and Ubers and Amazon deliveries and DoorDash and all these things basically stopping. They have no time. They want to do quick turnarounds and minimize the time stopping. They don't want to park in the back and walk around, potentially carrying lots of packages and things like that. So it seems important to have some way to accommodate that without blocking the bike lane. As Director Ng said, if there's a car and a bike, usually the car wins. And I was on Shoreline when a car pulled into the bike lane. I was on a bike and I went through the back window of the minivan. So anyway, I hope that you support the having the cutout for bicycle safety and traffic safety in general. Thanks.
Thank you. That's all of our in-person speakers. We don't have anyone online? Okay. So we'll bring this back to the council for any action it would like to take after deliberations. Would anyone like to start? If not, I will. Okay, Councilmember Hicks.
So I have to say, I understand all the reasons for the duck out, and they all make sense. The problem I'm having with it is that we're having so much, is that we keep one piece after another taking out green space and open space to the point where there's just like nothing there. And we're building a concrete jungle. And in this case, we're putting it in the place where people are going to be. I don't sit outside next to a very car-oriented street, so we're putting people right next to cars. So I'm on the fence whether to vote for it or not. I don't know. You know, it is a safety issue. I assume if I vote against this, it's probably going to pass anyway, and it will just be a protest vote telling everybody that I am highly concerned about the loss of green space, and that's always the thing that goes. So I'm, like I said, I'm on the fence. If you all have proposals for some other way of handling, you know, having a place for Waymos and drop-offs is important. I just don't know why we always lose the green space, why we always turn a place that I would like to spend time into a place that I'd be like, maybe I'll just stream Netflix tonight. So any comments you might have, and I'm on the fence as to how I'll vote.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, I guess I'll jump in and make my comments. I'm fine with the project overall. I have some personal and HOA experience with loading zones and parking going away on a busy street on El Camino when the bike lanes were put in, and Unfortunately, that project did not conceive that bike lanes and the parking lot in El Camino might go away someday, and there's just a tiny, tiny little loading zone. So that was challenging. I mean, the nice thing about these projects coming before us now is that we can kind of better plan around the realities of modern day multifamily living in Silicon Valley. I think there are really two things that you need to think about, or I think the applicant has probably done this enough that they've thought about this, but there's really two primary use cases. There's the 5 to 10 minute quick in and out, which is DoorDash, Waymo, Uber. For the most part, they're not sitting and waiting. And in those cases, I think if the plan is, if my understanding of the plan long term is to have a protected bike lane that jogs in, and so the vehicle, the cut in where a vehicle might stop for 5 or 10 minutes isn't actually crossing the person on the bike's path of travel, then I'm a little, it's not completely safe, but it's safer than if the cutout is such that you have to cross through the bike lane. So I'm not sure the exact final design. But the other thing, and the thing that we've bumped into a lot is, in a multifamily complex, you have a lot of people constantly moving in and out every month or two, right? And so the real issue there is that you have these larger moving vans and moving trucks that aren't just going to be there for 5 or 10 minutes. They're going to be there for an hour or two. And in those cases, those you can easily direct to specific spots, either back in the parking area, the back of the building. Maybe there are some number of parking spots that are dedicated to those large vehicles. But I will, whoever said this is correct. I think it was our public works director. When you're plugging in your destination and it's 490 East Middlefield, unless you're really diligent about placing that pin on Ellis or maybe on a named alley, you're going to end up on Middlefield, and for better or worse. So I think we probably do need to think about some sort of carve out, and my preference would be for something that doesn't cross through a bike lane. If perhaps there's a way to have the bike lane duck in with the traffic, but then you have the person loading and unloading has to look out for the bike lane. There's no perfect way to do it, but in any case, I just hope that as the applicant is working with staff on this, that they think about those at least those two use cases: the loading and unloading zones for really large trucks, and then also for the quicker the quicker ones, 5 to 10 minutes. I do want to just share a little bit of a different perspective. I don't think we're building a concrete jungle. In this case, I think we have a giant asphalt, a building surrounded by an asphalt parking lot that eventually will have a greater canopy than it has today, and will eventually have hopefully less asphalt than it has today. So I understand kind of the sentiment, but I understand the why do we have to do this at the expense of what little open space is being created in a particular project? But I don't subscribe to the view that we're creating concrete jungles. If anything, I think we're actually reducing heat islands by eliminating asphalt, or not eliminating, reducing asphalt and increasing our tree canopy. So, and I think this, despite the loss of the heritage trees in the near term, will end up with better canopy in the long run and native species of trees as opposed to what's there now. So those are my comments. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I have a couple comments too. First of all, I think this is just a real demonstration of how some of the legislation that changes the time frame of approval is playing out. And I'm sorry that we didn't get to have a community meeting, because frankly, although a lot of people don't come to those community meetings, the people that do often have really good ideas, and they know a lot about how traffic flow and that sort of thing functions in their neighborhood. that they can share that's, that turns out to be valuable. So I'm sorry that that didn't get to happen. And I'm very pleased to hear that you're cognizant of this vapor barrier issue. It's a really big deal, long-term, and I feel the need to bring that up. I'll bring it up for the next project as well, because it's just a fact of life in living in an area that had these groundwater plumes and using this land for other uses, which is a perfectly reasonable thing to do, but it needs to be done safely. And so the engineering, parts of the project to make that happen are very important to safeguard the community. The thing that I find the most troubling about this is really the mix of units. When I see this, it's half studios, and then half, except for a few, one-bedrooms. To me, this is, clearly it's workforce housing, and I'm sure that you've done a great deal of market research to say, oh, this is going to do really well here. But when I think about a building, I don't just think about, well, how's it going to be in the first 5 years? I think about, well, how's it going to be 20 years from now or 30 years from now when the economy is different? And I wonder how this studio building will kind of hold up from a social point of view. And it sort of bothers me because to me, most studios, I understand about 86% of studios are occupied by one person. So it's a very specific, kind of lifestyle, which is fine. But I don't think it's necessarily a long-term one for many people. So I think it's going to be the kind of place where there's a lot of turnover. So when I think about this, I think this is going to be a really nice dormitory for young adults. That's what I think this is going to be. And I'm not necessarily against really nice dormitories, but I do think, in a sense, that's what we're building here. And that's probably appropriate at the moment, but if it will be appropriate in 30 years, I don't know. And that's the thing I find the most troubling about this. But that said, and also it had 20 waivers that seemed like some sort of a... Oh, it's the next project. Okay, it had quite a few waivers. Then but one thing I thought was really interesting was the idea of the sales tax point of sale designation. Perhaps that's standard, but I had never heard, I think it's a really good idea, so thank you for coming up with that. So those are my comments.
Great, thanks. Thank you to staff. Really, really appreciate all your hard work on this project. And if colleagues don't mind, I'm gonna talk about this a little bit because it's not a concrete jungle area for me or a piece of asphalt contributing to our GHGs. It's my neighborhood. It's where I live. And the East Wisman Precise Plan is something that we worked on the Planning Commission, and now over 7 years on council, we, with CARE, have adopted our East Wisman Precise Plan. And so as different projects come forward, and I'm not recused out, I want to take the opportunity to talk about my neighbors, my future neighbors, and the community that we're building in Mountain View. And so I have comments and some ideas and some suggestions for our applicant that hopefully they'll heed and they'll take to heart. So, first of all, I want to echo the comments that some of my colleagues made that no community meeting is unfortunate because, as I mentioned, from my house, I can run through the neighborhood, and I actually ran and did a loop through both project sites. And I'll say, fun fact, on my run, I saw a woman taking a beautiful walk by heritage trees, and as I looped back to my house, she had a super big gulp, because that's all we have in our neighborhood is a 7-Eleven. And I want more mixed-use, commercial, residents to live there. And I feel like a community meeting might have helped as well, because just right across the way is this 6-story, 600-unit project that's going to be coming forward from Prometheus. That's only putting forward a 5.2-acre POPA, publicly accessible, open space, publicly accessible. And so I think that we need to, as we see projects coming forward and laws from our state that's doing a lot of streamlining, I hope that applicants will still take the care that these projects, particularly ones that we're looking at office, commercial, moving to housing and residential, neighbors are going to be surprised. And I just think we need to do our due diligence in daylighting the project, soliciting feedback, because this is our community. So I wanted to also just talk about a little bit in terms of what hasn't been mentioned from colleagues, which is the acquisition and development, the fee that's being offered by the applicant, that it would go towards hopefully a new city park in the area. But if that doesn't happen within 1 year of issuance of the final certificate of occupancy, it would go to Pyramid Park. Pyramid Park is oversubscribed. It is the largest park that we have opened, and I was looking to see if Mr. Marchant was here, but it's the largest park at over 3 acres that we have opened in our city in, I think, 2 decades. And as we're seeing a 600-unit development come forward, this nearly 500 units come forward, I really, and limitations in terms of funding sources for our public open spaces. I think anything we can do to ask for some flexibility, maybe it's 2 years of issuance, we really need this public park, because your project, the amenities that you are putting forward to get people out of their units, they would benefit from a public park, not a POPA or not a oversubscribed public park where you cannot find a swing on a weekend because people are there trying to enjoy. But you have to line to get on the swing. So I just think there's a little bit more thought that can happen. Also appreciate the comments from our cyclists that said that they not only use it as a route for themselves, but for their family. In our area, there's quite a few people who cycle, and I was very encouraged on my run to see how many people were walking. And it is, though office and commercial, quite a peaceful and serene place. And I think I caught a glimpse of Councilmember Showalter when I was on my run. And hopefully you could see they're beautiful. It's a beautiful area. And it's not too far. And hopefully people could also, if there's a public park right across with the, hopefully what will happen as a public park, it could also be a thoroughfare along our Hetch Hetchy to Wisman Park and Pyramid. So just thinking about the connectivity, the walkability, livability of what the project will bring forward is something that I think I'd just like to highlight. The L-shaped frontage for the retail, I do feel you're going to get a lot of traffic from your neighbor next door that's coming. And so I do think anything we can do to articulate that corner more. I just personally, I thought it was curious that it will be along Middlefield, because with the specialties too, right down on Ellis, I think that your residents might want to walk there. So just thinking more about that, the corner activation, I think would be great. The placemaking that we talked about earlier in our council meeting, people could enjoy and sit out. The rendering was nice, but I think kind of active, passive, open little space on that corner of Ellis and Middlefield could go a long way. And then I will say the thing that I did enjoy was the total retail of over 9,000 square feet. And just want to call out that as we are creating more density in this area, how are we going to meet the needs of our residents in terms of city services? So I did talk to the applicant, and they were open to continuing the conversation with staff. Could there be a drop-off for library books? in somewhere within the open retail. And I solicited feedback from a different library within Santa Clara County. They said the return box is less than 10 feet. So just having something like that, obviously there would be staffing, which we would have to talk about as budget, but I think that would kind of add to the feel of the amenity-rich project that you're trying to put forward. So I think that is everything. Really appreciate my colleagues allowing me to speak about this, because there's excitement, but I think there's also thought that we need to have and care for the area. And just because it's existing office commercial doesn't mean that the people who live near it don't care. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Very much appreciate the comments from my colleagues, and especially Councilmember Kamei. I live in a different change area in the community, and San Antonio Shopping Center area, and I agree very strongly that soliciting neighborhood or community feedback is essential, because everyone wants to be able to contribute in the evolution of their neighborhoods. And if you were to pick between a neighborhood meeting and the design review consultation, I would pick the neighborhood meeting, because what you will learn, I think, will be valuable for the design of the project and the amenities that you will provide in the future. So I think that's something that we should continue to work with the development community and encouraging, even if they're not obligated to provide a neighborhood meeting, strongly encouraging that we solicit input from the existing residents in the neighborhood who are likely to interface very often with the new development. So a few different comments. First, Councilmember Showalter alluded to this. The speed with which we had to review this project is stunning, right? Preliminary application submitted, SB 330 preliminary application submitted at the end of December 2024, and we're at entitlement in March 2026. That's really remarkable, and I think that's good in many respects, but it also means that we have to be very careful and very quick with our decision making, and so I know that leads to some challenges along the way. But I think fundamentally, it's a good thing, and I want to commend the staff for working very quickly and diligently and getting, I think, a very good project in partnership with the applicant. I also wanted to express my support for and appreciation to staff in their creativity in negotiating the development agreement, which I think includes some important amenities and some ideas that we hadn't really contemplated with other projects. So I would, I guess, encourage staff to continue to be similarly creative and flexible in working with other developers when we have a very complex tapestry of regulatory frameworks that we're contending with, right? How does the state density bonus law interface with the East Lisbon Precise Plan? I know these are challenging questions, but I think you did a very good job putting together a community benefit list and also some, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say benefits, but some consideration of the concerns of the applicant as well in a development agreement that I think does a good job in meeting some of our expectations as a city. So those were the major things I was interested in. I support Councilmember Kamei's suggestion for, I don't know if we want to call that sort of like a library annex, but thinking about how we extend city services into this new emerging neighborhood, which right now doesn't really have very many. So that's a very creative idea that I'd love to explore. I'm also excited for the nearly 10,000 square feet of commercial space that the project is providing, and I hope that we're able to find tenants sooner rather than later. We're starting to see the San Antonio Shopping Center fill up, and it's it's transformative, right? Going from vacant storefront after vacant storefront into something that's I think thriving now. We have some really great restaurants and commercial uses there. So I'm hoping that we get to see a similar vibrancy in the East Wisman Precise Plan. I'm going to go ahead and move to approve the staff recommendation, including one, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned community permit and development review permit to construct an 8-story mixed-use building with 460 apartment units, utilizing state density bonus law and approximately 9,371 square feet of ground floor retail, replacing an existing office building, a heritage tree removal permit to remove 29 heritage trees on a 2.86 acre site located at 490 East Middlefield Road, EPN 160-53-004, and finding the project to be statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 21080.66, to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 1 to the council report. And 2, introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a development agreement between the City of Mountain View and WTA Middlefield, LLC, for an 8-story mixed-use building with 460 apartment units utilizing state density bonus law and approximately 9,371 square feet of ground floor commercial, replacing an existing office building and the removal of 29 heritage trees on a 2.86 acre site located at 490 East Middlefield Road, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading for March 24th, 2026.
Thank you. So that was a motion by Councilmember Ramirez for the staff recommendation, seconded by Councilmember Showalter. Councilmember Hicks, did you have further comments?
Yes. As for voting, I think I'm going to flip a coin. I don't know whether to vote to support the project or protest the loss of buffer from the trees. But I don't want to do that before first. I realize in asking those questions, I didn't say anything about the entire rest of the project. And I'll flip my coin, and if I end up voting no, I want you to know that I actually really like the project. I think the architecture is generally very good. I wish we were getting more of that, frankly, close to my house. And I like, I like sort of the display, the second floor public space. I like the way you talk about it, getting people outside. I like adding commercial to the area. I think there is a deficit of parks in the area, but people also go out to cafes. There's a deficit of those kind of places as well. And you can see that in our downtown, as we've closed it to cars, people use that, the downtown, as a public park. So I'm hoping that this area more and more in some ways will, it'll be a viable outdoor space. And I liked the retail courtyards very, very much. So there are a lot of things that I really like about the project, and I'll be flipping a coin. And if I vote no, it will just be because I want more focus on, I think that the carve out for drop-offs is important, but I want us to think a little more about how we do those and how we don't sort of endanger some other aspects of the project while doing it. And you're probably completely right, but I was disappointed to hear that it might be your mapping app or your Lyft or Uber that would determine the fact that we have to take out the buffer in the trees. There must be a way of, those companies are near us, or we can get them by phone and ask them to change the app rather than because this will play out as we'll be cutting down trees and buffers, or not planting them, in front of each building like this that we build, and I don't think that's an optimal solution. So I'm going to go find my coin now, but thank you for otherwise developing a great project.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. And you're right. If a building does have a designated drop-off, you can most of the ride shares and others will respect that or default to it. You can override it, but they'll default to it. So that's a good point. Maybe someday our AI agents will talk to their AI agents and figure it all out. Mayor Ramos, do you have comments?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor Clark. Overall, love a good housing project. It's really kind of funny as Councilmember Kamei mentioned that this is her neighborhood. I am on the other side of this part of the neighborhood. I'm in the North Wisman area. I'm a little bit farther though, I think. But it is nice to see some commercial retail on the bottom floor to have more things to go to in my area. I think that's a good thing. I really like Councilmember Kamei's suggestion about the library drop off. I was talking to my older sister lives in a bigger city that has like I was joking with her about how many libraries they had. They had like 50 libraries. It was kind of ridiculous. Not all of them were full libraries though. That's not the expectation I have, but to have just some mini version of that or just a drop off would be a nice gathering um, ability so you don't always have to go to the one library downtown. Um, I like studio units. I live in a studio unit. Um, if that is the thing that is kind of in the market right now, I don't mind that much. I know that we do a lot of focus on family units. It makes me think about how I used to live in a two-bedroom, but that's because I had a roommate. It wasn't necessarily like because I was like a family, although she could have been like family to me, I guess. Um, but overall, I do like this project. Um, uh, I guess that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Mayor Ramos. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the staff recommendation by Councilmember Ramirez, seconded by Councilmember Showalter. We've taken public comment, and I think we've made it through the council queue, so we're ready for a roll call vote. City Clerk.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Ramos?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so we'll move on to our second public hearing item, which is 6.3, a row house development project at 515 through 545 North Wisman Road. Like last time, we'll start with a staff presentation and then an applicant presentation, council questions, and public comment. And I believe for this we have, yes, Advanced Planning Manager Eric Anderson and Senior Planner Sam Hughes to present this item. And if you're planning to speak on this item, you're welcome to use the presentation time to fill out a blue card and submit it to the city clerk so we get you in the queue early. Mr. Anderson and Mr. Hughes, when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Ramos, Vice Mayor Clark. My name is Eric Anderson, City Council. My name is Eric Anderson, Advanced Planning Manager, and this item is a row house development proposal located at 515 and 545 North Wisman Road. I'm joined by Sam Hughes, Senior Planner, and we prepared a brief presentation outlining the project, and I'll begin by providing some context describing the project location. The approximately 10-acre project site is located in the East Wisman Precise Plan within the mixed-use, low-intensity sub-area of the plan. It has a general plan land use designation of East Wisman mixed use. The existing development includes 2 vacant office buildings, surface parking, and associated landscape and hardscape improvements. There's an 18-foot public access easement with an 8-foot pedestrian and bicycle trail running north to south along the eastern property line. To the north is a 2-story, 2-building office campus. To the east is a 4-story office building site. To the south is a 1-story commercial condominium site with various commercial and light industrial service uses. And to the west, across Wisman Road, are 1- and 2-story single-family and multifamily residences. The project involves demolishing the existing office buildings, surface parking, and associated landscaping, and replacing that campus with a row house development with 195 units. This involves requests for the following entitlements: a plan community permit, development review permit, and provisional use permit to allow the project as proposed, a heritage tree removal permit to remove 139 of the 151 heritage trees, and a vesting tentative map to create 30 residential lots containing 195 condominium units and 26 common lots. The proposed design involves the following features: 30 row house buildings, each 3 stories, containing a total of 195 dwelling units with individual rear-loaded garages, a 0.24 acre publicly accessible open area with game space and landscape gathering amenities in the southeast corner of the property, which would be accessible through existing and proposed public access easements, a total of 40,275 square feet of common open space, new streets and pedestrian pathways, paseos, and common open areas, as well as 3 new service streets, 11 alleys that would provide garage access. Regrading and re-landscaping the project frontage to provide stormwater treatment, as well as frontage improvements to meet the precise plan street design standards for North Wisman Road. The project is consistent with the general plan, East Wisman precise plan, and row house guidelines, as superseded by density bonus waivers allowed under state law. The applicant has proposed a BMR program that restricts 46 units to below market rate prices, equal to 25% of the base number of units. 28 of these units are restricted to moderate incomes between 100 and 120% AMI, consistent with the city's BMR requirements. The remaining 18 units are proposed at 170% AMI average, which does not meet the city's BMR requirements for row houses, but the applicant is proposing an alternate mitigation under the city's BMR program. This alternate mitigation supports the city's goals of middle-income homeownership, which were discussed at the recent December 16th, 2025 City Council meeting. By offering 28 units, or 15% of the units, for sale to moderate-income households, the project is eligible for a 10% density bonus. It's also eligible for 1 concession and unlimited waivers. The project requests 1 concession for dispersal of the affordable units. The affordable units would be located on the western side of the property, where the units are slightly smaller by floor area. The project requests waivers from 20 development standards, which are listed in the staff report. The North Wisman project frontage includes 4 buildings with units facing the street. The buildings are separated from the right-of-way by a private sidewalk, providing access to each building, and by a retention basin, which can be viewed in the images here. This area is currently on a berm that will need to be regraded, and the existing heritage trees along this frontage cannot be retained for this reason. Building materials consist of stucco, fiber cement, shingle siding, and stone veneer, and use alternating color schemes to provide more variety in building character. 2-story stone-clad accent features with standing seam metal roofs help highlight the front entries. The image on the right shows the central paseo and its terminus, an open recreational space, and crosswalk across the Plan A street. The central paseo will be a new publicly accessible pathway going from the north to the south of the site. On the left, you can see the bicycle and pedestrian path that runs along the east of the property and the interplay of the proposed units and open area behind it. The project provides 3 new publicly accessible paths east to west across the site, connecting North Wisman Road with the existing bicycle path. The project has a vesting tentative map that would create 30 residential lots with 195 condominium units and 26 common lots. The slide here shows the public access easement areas as shown on the vesting tentative map. The project would remove 139 of 151 heritage trees and all non-heritage trees. Heritage trees would be replaced at more than a 2-to-1 replacement ratio, with 282 new trees and 158 additional accent trees for a total of 440. The canopy area at maturity would exceed the existing canopy area. This map shows various hierarchy of pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular circulation at the site, as well as street parking. The project is not subject to a minimum parking requirement and voluntarily provides 390 garage parking spaces and 30 guest parking spaces. The project proposes 195 long-term bicycle parking spaces and 24 short-term bicycle parking spaces. The project is subject to the AB 130 streamlined process that creates a statutory urban infill exemption to CEQA. The project received feedback at one design review consultation meeting and made some changes in response. On February 4th, the EPC recommended approval of the project based on its compliance with city policies. They made comments regarding the density bonus concession, the loss of heritage trees along the frontage, and the lack of a neighborhood meeting. The city received public comments about the project expressing concern about tree removals, the environmental review process and site contamination issues, BMR unit locations, parkland dedication calculation, and neighborhood character issues such as building massing, traffic, crime, and crowding. This slide shows staff's recommendation, and this concludes the presentation. We're available for questions, including myself and Sam Hughes, Community Development Director Christian Murdoch, Assistant Director Amber Blazinski, as well as staff from the Public Works and Housing Departments. The applicant is also in attendance with a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And as was pointed out to me earlier, I forgot to ask if we want to do a show of hands for those who've met with the applicant. And Mayor Ramos, you can raise your virtual hand if you have. I did meet with them. It looks like everyone except Councilmember Showalter and Councilmember Ramos. And then those who've been to the site recently. Looks like Councilmembers Hicks, Kamei, myself, Councilmember Showalter. So we'll proceed now with the applicant presentation. I believe this is 7 minutes, and the timer will show up here and start whenever you're ready. If you could just for the record, just introduce yourselves one more time when you're ready.
Sure. My name is Brian Griggs. Thank you for the opportunity to present this project. I'm joined by Jonathan Boriak, who is a principal with KTGY, who will walk you through the project in a little more detail. My comments are going to be a little more general than the last project. First recognition for Eric and Sam, Lauren Cody, Renee Gunn, and Quinn Breyer, who have been very helpful for engineering. There's a lot of challenges here. And then even more so for your housing director, Wayne Chen, and housing specialist, Anna Reynoso, who have been working through some of the challenges we've had on trying to address the 25% requirement, but also be able to underwrite and finance the project. So as you may have seen in the staff report, we're providing 46 affordable units. We're very proud of that. You may have also heard in some of your prior efforts to address some of the affordable housing requirements in the city. You currently have 14 below market rate ownership units. So we'll be more than tripling that with this one project, and we're proud to be able to do that. We think there's a real void of ownership BMR units in the city. Currently, there's a little over 4,000 people apparently on the list who would like to purchase a BMR unit. And one BMR unit that was sold since 2019 apparently had about 250 people in a lottery who ended up with 7 qualified people, of which they went down the order to see who could actually obtain financing, which is another challenge with BMR units. The desire to have the affordable alternative mitigation is really to try and hit different stratas. As Eric had voiced, and I participated, or at least virtually in the December 16th hearing, I think there is a missing middle that's very legitimate. Whether that's specifically in the ownership, you don't have a lot of ownership units, so it doesn't necessarily apply just to that. But I think it's very true if you look at people who make $200,000, $250,000 a year and try and compete when the average home value, I think, is a little over $3 million in Mountain View. Home ownership is a goal of everyone, I think, and this is one way that we can try and assist in that. The community meeting, we swung on and missed. We should have had it. In hindsight, any other project we bring through here, we will. We're still fighting a little bit the new laws that afford developers a lot of liberty and luxury of not going through design review and trying to push projects forward. We knew we wanted to hit a certain density. We knew that we'd have challenges, as Eric said, with some of the heritage trees because of the existing berms and topography that in order to get the density that we needed to hit, necessitated, almost all of the trees, with the exception of a handful, being removed. And we know how valuable those trees are, especially to the Wagon Wheel neighborhood across the street. We did make a lot of changes from design review, but I think as several of you said, it's really the neighbors that we should have engaged with more. We're proud of how the project's turning out. Would we have made a lot of changes based upon the neighborhood input? Maybe, maybe not, but it's still a process you should go through. As far as the environmental, I think there'll be questions on that. We spent a lot of time trying to engage with the party who's written now 2 very lengthy letters last minute, first to the EPC and then to the council tonight. We have worked with staff. We firmly believe that the approval of this housing project tonight is only the first step. The EPA, the requirements, there's 9 conditions of approval that require us to go through the EPA, obtain all the clearances that are necessary. The city is not the jury. The staff is not the jury. We are not the jury. The EPA was formed over 50 years ago by the United States government to make sure that the health and safety and protection of environmental sites is satisfied. We're fully aware it's going to cost a lot of money, take a lot of time, but until you have a project, you really can't dig into the next steps. Many of you may know the case manager who worked for 16 years in this area, Alana Lee, unfortunately passed away. We had engaged with Alana as early as last February and had meetings with Alana, had her approval on different testing. We had different plans in front of her, and we had a clear pathway towards what she felt with the results that we were able to do and some remediation could lead to clear health eventually on the site. That hit a skid first with the furloughs and then with Alana's passing and the recent people who are taking over are really just getting up to speed. So we know we won't start construction in 2 months. We won't start construction probably in 6 months because we have a lot of work to do. But until I think the council can feel comfortable that once the EPA signs off on this, both before we start construction and prior to the certificate of occupancy, this will be safe. And to Commissioner Showalter, or council member, excuse me, we're not going to just hit the bare minimum. We know there's rebound. We know there's a lot of things that come into play. We know the standards are going to continue to get lower and lower. And the health and safety of the 195 homeowners in here is going to be paramount. So Jonathan, I took 5 of the 7 minutes, so go.
Jonathan Boryak with KTGY. I think staff did a great presentation, so if we just flip forward a couple slides. Keep going, keep going. One more. Okay, I just would like to touch on the open space and really our concept for how we oriented these buildings, right? We're balancing a lot of factors, both general plan goals for pedestrian connectivity from existing residential neighborhoods across North Wisman to Middlefield Light Rail and some of the other uses to the east. And then working both with the topography of the site, knowing we had to run drainage towards Wisman, and then working with some other goals we know from our history of working with City of Mountain View over many years of getting front doors onto multiple streets. And so you'll notice it's not just one grid across the site that as Street A runs through, buildings turn and orient that as well. And creating 2 different varieties of unit types allows for better marketability, allows for greater absorption. And then when it comes to the open space, we have the 3 public open spaces. There is the mini park, which is just shy of the East Wisman precise plan goals. But when combined with all the other open spaces across the site, we're about 1.74 acres. Really, the goal was to focus those, not just in one location, but spread them out. So we've got what we call the picnic park along the existing pedestrian bike access to the east, our plaza park along the linear paseo, and that paseo is 30 feet wide. So really kind of upsizing that both for the homeowners and public use. Thank you. Here.
Thank you. Yeah, we might have some questions for you. So let me pull up my queue here. We'll start with, so for council questions, we'll start with Councilmember Ramirez, and I see you, Mayor, in the queue. We'll do you next, if that's all right. Okay, great. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate the applicant's recognition that neighborhood meetings are important to the council. Just wanted to acknowledge that. A couple of questions, I think probably more for staff. First, I appreciate the information about the projected for the AMIs, for the BMR units, the projected sales prices, but you didn't provide a comparable for a market rate unit. So I was hoping to see what the delta would be, especially for the 180% AMI units.
I wonder if our housing director, Mr. Wayne Chen, can respond to that.
Good evening. Thank you for the question. Wayne Chen, Housing Director. The projected market prices would be something that would really be for the applicant if they have information to share. I did want to note that in the responses to the council questions, we had inadvertently provided a former price that was more at the 200% level. And so we wanted to clarify that the information that you have in the chart is all correct except for the 180% AMI, the 4-bedroom, that should be 1.59 rather than 1.79. So that creates a further separation between market rate units. I will say that based on our December study session with the council regarding home ownership, that the range for townhomes can be anywhere from 1.6 to 2.3 million dollars, and the average is around 1.8 or 1.9. I'll turn it over to the applicant if they have any information to share about the projected market prices.
Yeah, the range that Wayne gave us is probably the best information. We have a lot of uncertainty as to how long it's going to take us, how much it's going to cost as far as the project. But, clearly the market rate units, there will be a discount to the various levels of AMI. And I don't mean to be vague. I just can't tell you it's a $2 million unit or a $1.8 million unit.
I guess maybe this is more of a comment. I'm concerned that the 180, I thought the 180 would be a little bit lower based on the low end of that range that was provided. I'm curious about what happens when the 180% AMI projected sales price starts to bump very close to the market rate price, but that's, again, more of a comment.
Then you lower the price.
Fair enough. Question for staff. I wanted to better understand the use of the concession. I believe, if memory serves, or you may have written it out here, the intent is to allow for, I guess maybe it's not defined here. So I think the concession is, okay, here it is. One concession that says unit proportionality and dispersal. Those are two different things. So I'm curious how one concession can be used for both unit proportionality and the distribution across the site.
Yes, thank you for the question. So in this particular project, I should say, in general, we have been seeing a greater increase in frequency of using the concession for this type of situation. The unit sizes are proportionate based on the number of bedrooms, but if there are multiple floor plans, then the concession is to allow the smallest floor plans to be provided as the BMR unit. So that's been pretty consistent from what we've seen. In this particular case, which may be a little bit different from, say, a multifamily condo project in which there's an easier way to disperse the units, because this particular row home project has sort of individual buildings and many individual buildings. The location of those smaller floor plans are oriented in a way which it is more prevalent in one of the neighborhoods than in the other neighborhood. And that was probably just a fact of the way that the site plan got laid out. Perhaps the applicant can say a little bit more in terms of how the site plan was laid out, the distinctions between neighborhood 1 and neighborhood 2, and identifying where those smaller floor plans were located among the buildings. But in this particular case, one was really connected to the other pieces, and they were interrelated.
Yeah, so the unit in question was a tandem unit. It works in an interlocking module with another side-by-side unit. That occurs in the product type that sits to the western half of the site when you look at that site plan. So it's dispersed amongst that half of the site in an even number, I would say, throughout those buildings. But it exists and works in that floor plan type only.
So again, maybe more of a comment, but back to the housing director. I want to make sure we're not inadvertently ending up in a scenario where you can use the layout and design to get around, sort of in a de facto way, the intent or the regulation in the BMR ordinance. So I want to make sure that, I'm not sure how to frame this question, but I'm concerned, right, that anyone can now come in and say, this happens to be where all of the small units are. So we're going to use our concession to say all of the BMR units will be in this part, and they also happen to be the small units. How do we, is there a way to better articulate that regulation in the BMR ordinance, perhaps?
This has come up, and as you know, you'll be seeing the BMR ordinance coming up. We think that this can be clarified. Work with staff and connecting with the city attorney's office to see if this is the type of thing that can be just further clarified through the administrative guidelines about the intent, and in situations where there might be interrelated, some clarification regarding how it's applied. If we needed to do this through some more ordinance level work, we envision incorporating this as the very next BMR review is actually coming up not that far from now because of the housing element timing, and that could be one of the things that we can incorporate at that time. But to the extent that we can, if we can incorporate some further clarifications in the administrative guidelines, we would endeavor to do that.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Mayor Ramos.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Clark. My question to the applicant is mostly about a neighborhood and community meeting, and I acknowledge that you said that in the future you'll probably do community meetings for future projects. I do kind of want to delve into what kind of barriers are you facing in having a neighborhood meeting or a community meeting?
My experience, I've been doing this for quite a few years, is they're often emotional. They're often vocal. The concept of NIMBYs, a lot of people don't want change. And, sometimes it's challenging to have to say no. That said, I think as a few of your fellow council members indicated, you do get a lot of, boots on the ground kind of feedback. And, transitioning this particular property from an office building that on weekends is empty and people could go enjoy and get over the trail to possibly having, 500 people if you figure 2.5 per unit, it's different. And people are usually resistant to change. I think the Precise Plan did a really good job at making this property and just a couple others transitional properties where it was going to be low rise versus high rise or mid rise. But I think it's more wanting to move fast and also not wanting to have to say no.
So it's not a logistical issue. It was
No, we could have easily have organized it on site. We could have had, placards. We could have been collaborative, and I've done that, candidly. And I think, as I tried to say earlier, the state laws, you have to balance how many rights you have implied under the state now as a developer versus being collaborative and try and come up with that right solution. And, in this case, admittedly, we swung a little far to the one side. We need to swing back.
I appreciate that you're taking our feedback that we do want community meetings. Mountain View is I'm delving into comments, so I'll leave it at that then.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Ramos. Additional questions, Allison, or excuse me, Councilmember Hicks. Sorry, my brain is fried.
Just, can someone briefly, I was recused from the East Wisman Precise Plan. Can somebody remind me where the park is to be and what triggers it? Because I love that we're turning parking lots into, and so forth, into housing, but I'm just wondering when the amenities come that make it a little more livable.
Sure. There are a number of parks that are planned for the East Wisman Precise Plan. One of them has already been approved as part of the Middlefield Park Master Plan. There was a neighborhood park that was approved as part of that. That is planned for the block that's bounded by Logue, Clyde, and Maud. I can bring up a map. If you'll bear with me for just 1 minute, and I can show you that. There are also a number of other mini parks that are planned for the area. Quite a few, actually, probably on the order of 4 or 5, just dotted throughout the area. And this site itself was planned for a mini park in the Precise Plan. And so they are implementing that, as they said, as a publicly accessible open area, slightly smaller than the standard for the mini park.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further council questions, so we'll move on to public comment. If you would like to comment on this item and you're in the Zoom call, please press the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. And if you're in person and you haven't already filled out a blue speaker card, please do so now and hand it to the city clerk. We'll start with in-person comments, and the first person in the list is Albert Jeans.
How much time did you want to issue?
We'll do 3 minutes each.
Hi again, Albert Jeans, longtime Mountain View resident, again advocating for parks. I was interested to see council question number 18. Can staff explain the parkland dedication in lieu fee math? Maybe, you didn't read the extensive public comment I made at February 10th, which at least laid out what I thought was the formula that was being used, which incorporated all the variables they listed here. But staff just said it's a complex mathematical calculation. Just give it to us. We're adults, we can take it. We've had high school algebra, hopefully, so it would just, lay a lot of things to rest if we could just see what the formula is. It can't be that complicated. But the main thing I want to go back to is the whole reason why we're using this alternate method for calculating parkland, which is a Supreme Court ruling about Sheets versus County of El Dorado. This was a case where a retiring individual in El Dorado County wanted to build a little prefab home for him and his wife to retire in a rural part of the county. And the county, when he applied for the building permit, they wanted a $23,000 or $26,000 traffic impact fee. And he objected to that, of course, because there was actually no way that he was going to benefit from this fee. And that's what the Supreme Court ruled. They said you just can't extort fees from anybody just because they happen to be applying for a permit and you want to cover some other costs. But the way I see it, our parkland or dedication ordinance is quite a bit different than that. This park is going to service the people that we're extracting the fees from. It's to provide residents of Mountain View with parks. It's not just sort of a general park maintenance fee or whatever that the residents won't really see. This is supposed to be for a park for those people. And between this project and the previous one, we have 1,000 people coming in. And we have only about, the equivalent of half an acre of parkland. So how's the city going to make that up? It's kind of ironic, the strategic parks and recreation plan is coming before you, I think, fairly soon. It's almost done. A huge document, hundreds of pages. And yet now, when I look at what's happening, it looks like a toothless document of exercising futility because we're never going to have the funds tens or hundreds of millions of dollars to buy this parkland from private developers. It has to come from the developers. They're the ones that hold all the cards. They're the ones that have the land. If we can't get that land, I mean, there aren't going to be enough parks for all the people coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeans. Andrew Wills.
Mayor and City Council members, as I mentioned earlier, my name is Andrew Wills. I'm a resident of the Slater neighborhood. Before I was fortunate enough to buy a house in Slater, I was a renter on Devonshire Avenue, directly opposite this proposed project, for about 5 years. Thank you for bringing up these slides. So I find this project really troubling, in particular because we do have a heritage tree ordinance, and because if you've been to this site, you know this site has some really gorgeous trees. And these trees are not in the middle of the project. They're not where you need to put buildings. They're at the very front of the property, and to a lesser extent, they're at the very back of the property. So as I see it, the developer wants to clear cut this entire property for convenience. It's not a necessity. It's not where the, buildings need to go. Okay, there's a berm. It's not possible to work around the berm to save some of these trees. I do think it's exciting that the East Wistman area is seeing some possible development, but when I look in general at all of these developments, they all are clear cutting. They're taking out almost every single tree in there. And I think we've all been to neighborhoods, parts of East San Jose and such, that have no trees, that are really pretty desolate. And while I want to see this area developed, I wanted to see it developed in a way that, I could live there, or, my kids could live there. And if you can go to the next slide, I just wanted to show a few more examples of these. If you look at the arborist report, these are healthy trees. These are not bad trees. If you look at that eucalyptus in the corner, that's like a 3-foot tree. I think I have a picture of my kid hugging that tree. By the time whatever the developer's planting grows up, I'm going to be dead. And, pretty much everybody here is going to be gone. These are trees that are worth saving. They're right on the edge of the property. I'd ask the city council to reject this plan and to ask the developer to come up with something that maybe is a little bit less convenient for them, but that retains the trees that are part of the character of Mountain View. And then, I guess in addition to that, I'd say I don't think they're offering many other amenities. The BMR is sort of gaming the system. So I'm not seeing that this is being offset in another way. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for in-person comments. And then it looks like we have one person virtually, Gabriella Heilich.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to make a comment. I live on North Wistman Road. I have been living there the last 13 years, so I've seen the up and down of the use of the commercial buildings, initially with all the Google buses, and then with COVID, of course, the clearing out of the building. I do welcome that the space is being used for something that is not a vacant office building. However, I have large concerns with respect to the massing of the proposed projects. As has been pointed out, across the street, we have single maximum 2-story buildings. So I would like to encourage the developers to consider a stepping up of the complex. Maybe the units facing North Wistman could be 2 stories only with a slightly different layout. Maybe they can only have 5 units less in the overall project, but the stepping up would create a more harmonious fitting with the existing neighborhood. And then secondly, I strongly second the comments that were just made about the heritage trees on North Wistman Road. They're beautiful trees, they're healthy. It takes decades for canopy to grow up. We are facing 101 on the tail end of North Wistman Road. These trees provide a filter and a clearing of the area for the people that live in this neighborhood. And so I can only strongly echo what the gentleman that just spoke before me said, that the heritage trees should try to be maintained and protected as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue for public comment, so we'll bring this back to the council for deliberation, discussion, and action. Councilmember Ramirez, you're first in the queue.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll first start with what I like, and then I'll share some of the concerns I have. I do appreciate that the applicant is providing or meeting the 25% requirement in our BMR ordinance, and that there are a number of different AMIs served in the proposal. Especially my preference is, serving lower incomes, especially the households who truly have no options. I think once you get to the 180% AMI sort of income bracket, most households may not be able to purchase in Mountain View, but they will have some other options. But the folks at the 100, 120%, and even 160% AMI levels would struggle to find, I think, an ownership opportunity, especially families, right? 3 and 4 bedroom units, they're going to struggle to find a home in Mountain View. So that's an advantage that this application has, or that this project has. As I think many of you know, I have a particular frustration with the housing typology and the row house, townhouse scale development, and I think we've seen it in other contexts, but here it's pretty stark. This is 10 acres of land. We don't often have projects of this magnitude. The previous project had more than twice as many units on less than like a third of this property, right? We could have dedicated 6 acres of this property for a park, and then at the far back end, right, had a project that looked more like the previous project, with commercial square footage, with even more BMR units. That's not what is before us today, but I'm frustrated by the opportunity cost of this particular housing typology of this particular project. And I wish we had a regulatory framework or discretion or something that would allow us to encourage or require projects to meet the needs of the future residents of this community, and also the residents who are very close by in existing neighborhoods who are asking for parks and open space and commercial amenities, city services. They're not going to get that here. They're just going to get 10 acres of row houses. And I think that's too bad. I'm also, sort of less of a concern. I understand the rationale, but learning about, this is a lot of waivers. I think Councilmember Showalter had mentioned that in the previous item. And some of these are non-trivial, right? I would love, to think about the implications of seeing a project like this, and how it might inspire us to make revisions to precise plans, to the standard zoning districts, to make sure that when we think about things like the street network, that we're not just subject to a waiver, right? It's a major impact, especially if we're contemplating a transformative change as we are in the East Wisman Precise Plan. So I'm not losing sleep necessarily over Street A, but I think what I've learned from this experience is it's going to be increasingly tricky to fulfill the vision of the precise plans that we've currently adopted and that we'll work on in the future, right? Like the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan. So we'll have to be very creative, and maybe that means using development agreements or some other mechanism to provide something for the applicant to encourage them to help meet some of these community needs and provide the city infrastructure that's necessary to support these developments. But it's it's a non-trivial thing, and I think it's important for us to contemplate that and maybe provide some gentle guidance to staff to think about in the future, right, when other office buildings in this area redevelop, are there opportunities to use that redevelopment to get the infrastructure that we need to support this community? Or is all hope lost and we just have to deal with what we get? I want to be optimistic on that front and see if there is a way to make sure that we're not losing out on our ability to fulfill the vision of the precise plan. So that's my, I don't know, my soliloquy. I'll be supporting the project. I don't want to make the motion on this one. Sorry, someone else will have to read that. But I do appreciate the applicant's willingness to work with the city on the BMR ordinance alternative compliance and bring down those AMIs, serve more or provide more deeply affordable ownership opportunities for missing middle households. But I do wish we could have a different project, one that I think it takes a greater advantage of the opportunity that you get when you're redeveloping 10 acres. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so I'll take my turn. I agree with almost everything that Councilmember Ramirez said. Our hands are a little tied here through waivers, and because of state law and the affordable housing component here, which is great. There are things about this that I really, really like. The additional pathways, the connectivity that's going to be put in here, I think is a really significant benefit to that area. It's been a long time since I lived in that part of the community, but it was my very first Mountain View apartment there in the area, and I think that the additional connectivity to some of the trail networks, whether it's Hetch Hetchy and otherwise, are a big benefit. I do appreciate the additional housing and addressing here specifically missing middle housing. It's not perfect, but unfortunately I don't control the economy. It's probably in everyone's interest that I don't control the economy. I don't trust myself. But I think there, as has been stated, I'm usually the first, as I did in the prior item, to say that the canopy that we'll get in 20 to 25 years will be better than what we get today. But this is a 10-acre site. A lot of trees are going to be removed. Some of them non-native, but still beautiful, and some of especially the mature redwoods that are, in otherwise good health, and they're usually very, very thirsty. But in this particular case, they are in good health, even though they don't naturally belong there. So, and I think the final comment is just as Councilmember Ramirez said. I wish this were the highest and best use for this land. I don't think this particular project is, but again, at the end of the day, we need to respect the process, and I think having housing here, especially that addresses the missing middle, is better than an empty set of office buildings. So overall, I'll support I plan to support the project. I just wish that if anyone's listening, we are generally a pretty pro-housing council, and I think, as Councilmember Ramirez said, we would probably be thrilled to pack a whole bunch of high-density housing, including some for missing middle and a portion of this site, in order to save some trees and get a larger park. But in this case, we have what we have before us, and at least I do appreciate the applicant, putting in the open space and addressing the missing middle and addressing the environmental cleanup. We'll end up, I think, with a cleaner environment on that front, especially with soil there. So, assuming you can make it all happen, which I trust you will with the EPA. So, Councilmember Hicks.
I can speak, but I think the mayor has had her hand up.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I keep.
It's hard to see.
No, my peripheral vision's bad. Mayor, did you have comments?
Oh, no, that's fine, but yeah, I could do my comments now. I have a very similar feeling as my colleagues who have spoken before. Um, it was an interesting, I guess I'll start with some of what I was almost commenting on during the questions. Mountain View is a pro-housing city, and we want housing here. Um, we have a pro-housing council. Our neighborhoods and the people here are pro-housing, and I think it was a disservice to the developer. The developer did a disservice to themselves by acting as if we were. I'm not naming other cities. I probably wish I shouldn't do that. But acting as if we were a NIMBY city kind of thing, because we aren't. And as Councilmember Showalter mentioned in a previous project, you get a lot of good ideas. You get a sense of what our community cares about. And this is a very collaborative community. It's a very collaborative council. It's a very collaborative staff. We would work with you to get what we really want out of those projects, as Councilmember Clark saying, the highest and best use of the land, because we know land in Mountain View is valuable, and we think that through. So I understand there's not much we can do at this point in changing it. So I am supportive of the project, but it is really important to have those kinds of community meetings, to have that discussion, to see what more we can do with the land, which right now, yes, the best, it's what we're putting there now is better than an empty office space. But we could have done better. And that just makes me a little sad about that. But we're getting housing, and that is overall a good thing. So yay, almost 1,000 units tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Ramos. Councilmember Hicks.
So I liked I did like the phrase frustrated by the housing typology. And so I think I'll use that one too. That we could, the opportunity cost. That said, I know there's a market for missing middle row homes. So, after expressing my frustration, I'm going to say some of the things that I think are good about this project and why I'll be supporting it that other people have not brought up yet. First, I think the architecture, I appreciate the architecture. It's, not too fussy, fake historic. It's more transitional architecture, which, since I've used that term before, I decided to look up the definition, so I knew I was using it right, which is defined as blending tradition and modern with simple lines. And Google told me it's less likely to feel dated as time goes by. So I particularly appreciate that, because I think sometimes we do a lot of fake craftsman houses with, oh, I see the architect nodding, yes. Other architects have done that too, and I think we have to do less of that. I could say more. But people say that's becoming the architecture for senior homes, and I love seniors, but I think that I like the transitional architecture better. So I wish we'd do more of that when we do townhomes. I don't particularly need the patchwork of color transitions, but, and I'm a little timid about stone veneer because some of it's so bad and some of it's better. So I hope that you pick a stone veneer that is not so bad. Let's see, I love the boardwalk connections across the bioretention basin and the replacement of artificial with real turf. So I really appreciate that. I wish we could find a way to make our townhome developments less driveway-centric. And I asked, because they tend to end up being like islands of little homes surrounded by lots of driveways. And I asked a question about that. And staff said, that's our row house that it's our row house guidelines encourage, well, it's our row house guidelines, which makes me think back to frustration with housing typology. If that's what our guidelines make us do, maybe we need to rethink them so that it's not all driveway, so that it's more shared streets or Wooner type streets, which I've seen done on the East Coast. And like in the previous agenda item, I do fear that we're losing a lot of trees, not getting a lot of parks. So I hope we can find ways to embellish the green spaces near this development, create parks soon, or improve the pathway to the Wisman Park, or some other solution like that. And I think that's it.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yeah, I'm going to echo a lot of what my fellow council members have said. I do think this is basically a good project, but it isn't the best use of land. And really, in a sense, if we could have had a project with some nice, large, stacked flats, we could have had a lot more open space. But that's not what's before us, and everything is, in compliance with the rules, even though there's lots of waivers. I haven't kept track of how many waivers people typically get, but 20 seemed like a lot to me, yeah. But then when I went through the list of them, some of them were very minor, and others of them weren't minor. They were important. But that said, I really think the pedestrian circulation around row houses is very important. I grew up in row houses and played as a child in row houses. We played in the alley, which I don't think in modern row houses works too well, because we had backyards behind our row houses before you got to the alley, and there was sort of this unwritten rule that nobody was allowed to drive in the alley. You parked on the front of the street, and the only person, anyway, so that's going to be very different. But I do think that the pedestrian connectivity is vital, and I'm really glad to see that. Also getting rid of the artificial turf and putting in real grass, that's very, very important. And I would really ask you to work with the staff to see how many of the trees along the front edge you could save. I mean, as you've said, there's a lot of work left here. And if that's something you could do, each and every tree that you're able to save would be appreciated by our community. So with that, I'd like to say I appreciate this, and I plan to vote for it.
Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. I wrote that to ask the applicant. I don't know if it's too late to ask if they're open to that discussion at all, but I think they're not moving towards the mic. So I'll double tap that suggestion. But just my comments. So while I feel like no project that comes forward in these times is perfect, what I do like about the city of Mountain View is you can see a project like the one before us, and then you can see a project like this. And so while I hear my colleagues' comments, I think just the different product types that we're able to produce in Mountain View is what I am encouraged by, because we can show density, we can show a variety of units, we can, with row homes at different affordability levels, for ownership. I think as a portfolio, we should all have some positive feelings about that, because we're doing our part, I think, to meet the very complex needs of our community. And so that's why I'll be supporting the project. And I think one of the things that was very illuminating for me is I think some of us attended the joint venture Silicon Valley. They do their kind of annual State of the Valley. And they reported that in Silicon Valley, the average median home price is over $1.9 million, with 20% down at $396,000. So your monthly payment, including tax and insurance, is $11,900. Then they put forward a slide that said childcare was about $2,800 a month and preschool was about $2,500 a month. Yeah, well, it says tax and insurance. You're right. It didn't have an asterisk with HOA, so we don't know what the HOA on that is. But just all to say, just thinking about all of that, you have someone who's at market probably contributing $20,000 or more towards being able to have their children in some sort of preschool or daycare, plus their mortgage, and that's not even the property tax. And so I think that you have to pay twice a year. So I just think, I hear what my colleagues are saying, but that's the reality of home ownership right now in our valley. And so anything we can do to create more opportunities for our residents to have some sort of entry into home ownership is encouraging to me. And I just really want to, I believe the applicant did it, just want to really thank staff. It was such a collaborative process to come forward with this kind of creative solution. And I know that at the end of the last year, the council talked about our middle income housing, and really appreciate that here we are 2.5 months later, being able to look at a project like this based off of what was brought forward. To me, that's really fast, and just appreciate the hard work. I also really appreciated about the project, as was mentioned, the connectivity, the alignments of the streets. Actually, I think, one of the streets, Devonshire, will go to that little pocket park that's there, and then Merligan is not too far from Athena, which is along the Hetch Hetchy that will bring them to Wisman. So, and then the Stevens Creek Trail. So I do feel encouraged that there's a little bit more in terms of access to open space, although agree the comments from colleagues that it would be nice to have more on site. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue. It looks like we have a motion by Councilmember Kamei. When you're ready, you can read it. I'll go to Councilmember Hicks first, who looks like she has one more comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the request to save any trees that are possible.
Thank you. So I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View conditionally approving a planned community permit, development review permit, and provisional use permit to construct 195 three-story attached row houses utilizing state density bonus law and a heritage tree removal permit to remove 139 heritage trees, all on a 10-acre site located at 515-545 North Wisman Road, and finding the project to be statutorily exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 21080.66 to be read in title only, further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View conditionally approving a vesting tentative map to create 30 residential lots with 195 condominium units and 26 common lots on a 10-acre site at 515-545 North Wisman Road to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you, Councilmember Kamei. So Councilmember Kamei has moved the staff recommendation and has been seconded by Councilmember Showalter. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so we're ready for a roll call vote. City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Ramos?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you, everyone. So that concludes our public hearing items for tonight. Item 7 is council staff and committee reports. Do any council members or staff have committee reports or other reports, other report outs they'd like to make? Mayor Ramos.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Clark. I'm going to report out that I attended the State of the Valley. Trying to double check my calendar, but yeah, I attended the State of the Valley by the Silicon. I don't know what this is called. It's like a forum, but the city paid for it, so I'm reporting it. And I also attended. I threw the first pitch in Little League and I made it over the plate. I was very proud of that. And I think that's all. Oh, Councilmember Ramirez and I actually also presented a commendation to Los Altos Town Crier, former editor Bruce Barton, on his retirement, which was lovely. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think you, congratulations on the Little League pitch. I think there are still photos of me attempting to get the ball over the plate and failing miserably, even though I played baseball when I was a kid. Councilmember Showalter, yes.
Yeah, many of us went to the State of the Valley, and I would just urge everybody to take a serious look at the Silicon Valley Index. It is just chock full of information, and you can look at it online or you can buy a copy from Amazon. And I also attended a BCDC meeting, and we are working on more of protecting the region from sea level rise with policy changes.
Councilmember Hicks.
I also went to the State of the Valley Conference.
And Councilmember Kamei.
Great. I just want to report that I attended our city's Lunar New Year with the mayor. Wonderful event on February 28th. It's great to see how it's grown, and thank you to staff.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have no say over any of this, but I heard a rumor that there might be an opportunity for the council to weigh in on SB 63, the regional transit ballot measure and operational funding through VTA. And I just want to request that that if this is something that the council has an opportunity to weigh in on, that it not be merely a presentation, but something agendized for us to actually provide, some direction by consensus, or at least, take a position on whatever it is that staff would recommend that we advocate for. I don't want to be lectured by, a politician who doesn't represent our area, for instance. So that would be my humble request. Thank you.
City Manager, how would you like to handle that? If it's agendized, are we able to have a discussion about it if and when it occurs, or is that something we need to have a show of hands to do?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I think I'll discuss with our legislative affairs manager, and we can figure out the best path to move forward to alert council to what staff's recommendation is and if there are those opportunities.
Does that work for you, Councilmember Ramirez? Okay. And then I don't know what the report out rules are. I was supposed to attend the State of the Valley. I was, and I registered, but I was sick. As you can tell, I'm still nasally and disgusting, but not contagious. So, I am feeling much better than I sound. Anyway, that's been disclosed just in case I need to disclose it. And there are no other items before us this evening, so we will adjourn the meeting at 9:28 p.m. The next City Council meeting is scheduled for March 24, 2026. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for staying up and being with us.